Welcome, everyone, to our third Brick by Brick Builders Club. During each of these sessions, we will be taking deep dive into the technical and creative process of the builders, creators, and innovators building Decentraland. So, with that, I'm super excited to welcome Malloy. The plan for today is for him to create a wearable in one sitting. We'll see what happens. Again, it's up to him. But using his asset pipeline, demonstrating key techniques, process, but most importantly, what I'm excited about is the methods of approach. And that is really methods of approach are those golden nuggets that are literally the building blocks of why I wanted to do a session like this called Brick by Brick is all about. So I'm super stoked for this. And again, thank you, Malloy, for taking the time to join us and for sharing and teaching all of us here. And I believe, like you were mentioning earlier, this is going to be an interactive workshop. So you guys are please welcome, use the chat, create sketches, AI gens, throw them in there. And yeah, with that, I'm going to pass it to you, Malloy, to give a little introduction.
Yo, thank you very much. Yeah, that was brilliant. Hi, my name is Malloy. Been here for a long while. And yeah, my background's in video game asset production pipelines. I got into the games industry when it was kind of like the gold rush for the current gen consoles. So over a decade ago, and back then, everything was kind of like open source libraries, hacking everything together before they kind of, became a big onboarding of Unity and Unreal Engine. So I kind of had to get used to, the technical production pipeline from the ground up, like learn all of those kind of things. And over the course of those years, I've kind of developed strategies of how to get from A to B in a certain way. And I want to be able to pass that on in a capacity that's easy to understand, it's concise, and as a byproduct of doing so, um, helps people feel more confident to get from A to B. Because I think one of the biggest and the most intimidating things for a 3D artist or starting out, or even if you're running your own studio, going from hobbyist into being an outsourcer, is am I going to be able to do this job? Like, oh my god, like, because there have been instances when I first joined the Decentraland foray in the arena. I've had clients reach out to me and they said, "Hey, like, are you able to do this thing? We've worked with a couple of other artists, and sadly, they haven't been able to get this done. Will you be able to do that?" And I basically want to be able to pass on the ability for people to see a brief, like no matter how crazy it is, and just be like, "Yeah, I can do that," or "Sadly, no, that's not in my comfort zone," and I'll pass it on to someone else. That's kind of where I want to bring people and take people on a journey, because it's very very important part of the process. Um, and yeah, and each step of this production pipeline, there are a series of methods of approach. So when it comes from looking at a concept piece, sometimes you might get a client who has an idea of what they want, but they're not graphic designers. They haven't hired a concept artist. And they will like say buzzwords at you nonstop. They'll say, "Yo, make it more fancy. Yo, add some details on the color." And you kind of just got to be able to like wrangle and balance, kind of be like water. Not be afraid. I think one of the biggest things is not be afraid to mess up, because there's a lot of that when you start off. You're like, "Oh my god, my reputation's on the line." Like, "Oh my god, I don't want to mess up. Like, this has to be perfect." And you can kind of you sadly kind of put all that pressure on yourself. And that can get in the way, where really you want to be like, "Yo, I'm going to approach it in this way. Like, there is a method. And if it messes up, then I'm going to backtrack and I'm going to attack it in a different angle." Like, you kind of, yeah, you just have to be like water, or however the expression is. And I think that those are the biggest things. Knowing how to attack a concept and a project, understanding the steps, and then also allowing yourself, I don't like to use the word fail, but allow yourself to mess up and learn from it. Because every time you approach something that's outside of your comfort zone, and you mess it up, you're gonna fix it. You're gonna be like, "Yo," and then when you fix it, you've now got an extra tool in your toolkit to go forward and make those assets, or those type of assets, or something similar from another client that is like, "Hey, can you make me a big fluffy bird?" And you're like, "Oh, well, I've never made a fluffy bird before, but I remember when I had to do like a fur jacket or something like that, and it's kind of a similar approach. So I'm going to start looking at how I'm going to attack that and go from there." So yeah, that's the introduction. It's about process, approach, covering the techniques, but I'm not gonna kind of do like the most in depth. What would you call it? Like breakdowns of the techniques, because I'm going to show people like how to how to approach that, but then you're going to have to kind of like see, okay, that's how we get from A to B. So then it's like, I better practice how to do that section A to B. Because like there are things like sculpting, stylized sculpting, hard surface modeling, all of those kind of things. I'm going to cover those approaches and how they work and the theory and the technique behind them, but then it's down to the individual to like jump in and be like, yo, I've seen this done. But the most important thing that I thought when I was planning this process and this tutorial was when I started, there wasn't really a lot of tutorials out there on the internet. The ones that were out there, they were like reading a car manufacturer's. Like they were so technical. It was very difficult to like kind of follow. We're talking like 3ds Studio Max 5 days, like that's 2005, a long, long time ago. Gosh. And and as tutorials have gone forward, like now because of I guess the way social media is, and it's all about attention and being fast and quick and snappy. A lot of tutorials that I see online now are so fast that they don't even cover the theory. So a lot of artists you can kind of see are imitating. They're taught how to imitate, but they don't understand really the technicals of what they're doing, even though they're able to get certain results. And I think it's best to understand the technicals as well as get the results, and that's another important part of this process. So yeah, that's my introduction, guys. I'm hoping now we can jump into a kind of a community collaboration mode, and yeah, get some suggestions for wearable to attack.
Love that. Do you want to see if your screen share works and if all that is in order too?
Yeah, sure.
No, I love everything you were saying. I mean, it's so important, the idea of iteration, fluidity, pivoting, and it's like a dance, right? When you're creating, you have to be able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Can everyone see my lovely
Yes.
messy desktop? Yo,
Important part.
hey Sauce, hey Pepe, hey DJ Tracks, yo yo. Um, so yeah, let me load up. Got our Blender. We've got our base project file here with the new. We've got is it shape B? Oh, I think Issa did a wonderful pass on the topology. So let me just double check that. Yeah, nice. Um, alrighty, so yeah, we're good to go. So yeah, now in this in this demonstration, I was kind of hoping that people could chuck up some. Yo, do you want to see my DJ laptop? Absolutely. I was thinking of lending this to the floor for whoever's here. In the chat, just chuck in like, yo, let's make a hat. Let's make, what are people feeling? What do people want to make today? Any ideas, y'all? Cool headgear, yeah, all right. And in regards to cool headgear, am I able to go? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, brilliant. Because I've got another Discord channel with a mid-journey prompt
Oh,
generator.
nice.
Just going to chuck in some ideas. So we've got cool headgear.
Yeah, helmet or something cool. Somebody at DG Tracks has said.
Imagine. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I don't know if you've noticed from some of the other stuff I've made. I'm a big fan of organic and kind of like alien, cosmic horror-ish. That's it. Not everyone's cup of tea, but yeah. Cool headgear. Helmet. Yeah, helmet. All right. Weapons. Weapons. Sadly, like there was this thing, eons ago. As a curator, I know we've got weapons in there for the games, the Knights of Antrim and stuff like that. But yeah, we kind of stay away from weapons. I don't know. I'm sure I'd love to make weapons, but yeah, it's kind of as long as I want to make something that we can submit and it will get thumbs up. Skirt or a dress? Ooh, okay. So I've got cool hair here, skirt and a dress. I would say skirt and a dress are a lot more ambitious because you have to take into consideration proportions and definition and all that stuff. But I'm thinking like cool headgear right now.
Yeah, we can go with it, and then again, we can always have you back for another session.
Okay. Sneaker. Yo, you weren't here earlier when I said I'm covering a sneaker approach in the actual tutorial series. I'll go up in the documentation. I cover it from scratch because I'm not going to lie as well. This is another thing. When you're in the fray of it and you have like a lot of contract work on the go, you have to save as much time as possible. So every time that you get like a job or a client brief, you're not going to start from scratch. You're not going to be like, okay, I'm going to make this shoe from scratch. I'm going to model everything from scratch, even though that is, that's a Puritan kind of approach and it's more authentic from an artist point of view. But when you're providing a service, there are lots of libraries out there where other artists have submitted with commercial rights for people who purchase. So if you buy like a library, basically some of the jobs that I've done, I've started with a pre-made sneaker and then I've distorted it and I've changed up the style and I've edited it. But I've worked from an alternative source. But in the tutorial series that I'm doing, I'm making a sneaker from scratch. I'm kind of showing the process of, again, like method of approach. How do you approach making a sneaker? And there's a funny thing of like when you look at a shoe, like if you look at a shoe, it looks like a simple thing. We're very familiar with the shape of a shoe, but if you start to break down the actual surface of it, it's actually it's a very particular shape. And the way that I break that down in the tutorial is you look at the origin of like where does everything come from in the shape, and it's actually the sole, the inside, the inner sole of like where your foot sits. Everything else kind of flows out of the sole, the perimeter of the sole, the shape, the fabric that kind of wraps around the foot. All of like the silhouette and the form of the sneaker comes from the sole, and that's kind of like what I break down in that tutorial. Little teaser there. um, alien, yeah, alien headgear with a dress. Lovely. Donkey suit. Yeah, all right. Um, love it. Loving this. So I'm just going to chuck some. I'm going to chuck some of these ideas into Midjourney. Imagine alien headgear.
Oh, Pepe has some great ideas. Grotesque monster from another dimension for Halloween. That's good. It is becoming Halloween. There's already people here decorating in my neighborhood. I'm like, it's September 1st. He started decorating.
Mm, yes. I'm just going to walk that into Midjourney. Grotesque alien creature. What, mask? Helmet? Yeah, it's got a mask. See what happens. See what comes out. But yeah, if anyone else has access to Midjourney, chuck in some prompts, whatever comes up, chuck it in the chat. Get a little mixing pot going. Nice. Has excess limbs. Yo, so talking about excess limbs, I love this idea for a wearable. I've had this idea for a long time. I want to check it out. But like a while back, there was a small trend of like elapsing the weighting or ignoring the weighting on limbs. So you could hold something like I did a boombox, someone else did a boombox. I think other people were holding signs and things like that. And I thought that was, it's a creative a version of the technical process there. But I love the idea of a four-armed character, and they're like, so they've got two arms. You've got classic, delt shapes, your shoulders where they usually are, and then you've got some arms coming out underneath. But the arms underneath are kind of like holding a little gadget or something. But then the other arms just work normally. So it works with the armature deformation, but then you've also got the extra arms to like play with the design aspect. Yeah, I love that idea. Let's see what we got going on. Oh man, they are crazy. This Midjourney, I signed up to Midjourney again because I haven't used it in a while. It's getting good. Crazy. This is gnarly as hell. Jeez. All right. I'm gonna have this. I mean, this is ambitious, but let's see what happens. So let me just copy this image and I'll chuck it in. This is wild. Here we go. Yeah, that is getting gnarly.
I love the dragon looking one in the lower right. Dude.
All right.
Man, these are sick.
What else have we got going on variation wise? Oh man, these are wild. They actually look kind of 3D, like the style that they're generating. All right, okay. Gosh. Let me upgrade to number one. I mean, so yeah, these are organic. I like this. I like this kind of asset. I like making these kind of assets. They're very fun because you get to sculpt. Jump into ZBrush and use use different tools. Yeah, Midjourney is wild. Um, so yeah, this one was an exaggeration. See, I love this kind of stuff. Um, so I could do this, and but the process wouldn't be as exact as it would be for like making like clothing with or items with straps and things like that. Because in that process, I cover base meshes, I cover technique, how to do the base meshes and stuff like that. But if we were to like jump into this, I'd usually just start with a sphere. Like the sphere is the base mesh, and then I'll start sculpting up from there. But let's have a little look. Um, Also, I did say, yeah, does, what do people feel like? Do we want to go with something more conventional, wearable wise, or do you want to see me approach how to do something like this?
I think it would be awesome to see this personally.
Okay.
Whatever everyone else that wants. I like the crazy too.
Okay.
If that's what you want,
All
but
right.
it's up to you. You're the
Yeah, yeah.
feature
Let's go.
guest.
Let's go. All right. Okay, so to approach this, like obviously first things first, you've got to make sure that it's going to look good with the avatar. You don't want the proportions. I mean, if you see the other one that we did, I think it's Tank the Insatiable. That head is massive, and that was we wanted it to be massive, but also we had the tongue in there, and that feature we had to make it a little bit bigger. So for this one, I'm gonna chuck in a cube. Tell me if me just announcing what I'm doing is annoying because I'm gonna be making a cube. I'm just gonna be moving that over here. It's
I've watched so many YouTube tutorials doing just this. I think it is helpful. I mean, and again, anyone in the chat can chime in, but
So, another disclaimer. I've spent years and years inside 3D Studio Max and Autodesk software, like Maya, 3ds Max. I used Soft Image for a bit, but I had to drop it. I couldn't hack it anymore. And I've recently transferred over to Blender, and Blender is just fantastic. I'm actually surprised because I started so long ago. There was a period of time when people were saying, "Oh, Blender's amazing. Blender's open source. You can do all this," but Blender was it was terrible. Like the user interface was terrible. It would like lag up. I found it very, very difficult to acclimatize after having used, your Autodesk software for such a long period of time. Um, but yeah, I'm actually thinking about how to go about this. So I'm gonna break this down a little bit. I'm gonna delete all the other faces and just start with a plane. Um, I'm also using, I should reveal, I'm using something called Mesh Machine, which is a great add-on. It's got a couple of key things. If you press Tab, you can kind of quick radial between all of the different edit modes. So you've got object mode. You can like tap to go to vertex, edge, and face. It's just very fast and intuitive. And then another thing is if you hit Alt X, if I take this and just move this up here and hit Alt X, I can use the symmetry, and it will auto symmetry, and it usually gets rid of all of the symmetry lines all in one go. So it's very, very fast for iterative
what's the
development.
name of that add-on again?
Mesh Machine,
Mesh
but
Machine.
the E at the end is a 3.
Awesome.
But yeah, it's a brilliant tool. I am gonna like do a little write up of the add-ons and stuff that I use in the tutorial series as well. Very helpful. So yeah, I'm just gonna go through here. I'm gonna add an intersection line. I'm not going to worry. You'll notice me kind of neglect one side a lot, and that's purely because I'm going to use the symmetry on the later. So if we have a look at the shape, we've got this kind of cranium going around the eyes. It's a very weird shape. I love it. Very kind of alien-esque demon. And then let's drag this out. And I think this is another thing. Earlier when I was saying, don't be afraid to mess up like as you're going, kind of just be ugly with it. Like right now this looks nothing like what we want to achieve, but I'm kind of just blocking out the forms. Like as you can see here, like here I'm just kind of grabbing the top of where I think the top of the skull will be. Bring that down, press E to extrude, centralize that face out. Yeah, you can see I'm being very, very sloppy. This, yeah, there's this tool up here, merge vertices if they're close together. I often use this, and then I also use snap tool set to vertices. So if I need to quickly like clean stuff up, um, oh, doesn't help with proportional. Gosh, there we go. So those are like joined now, and they're not going to be an issue. Um, but yeah, also if there are like Blender wizards out there and you're watching me and you're like, why are why are you doing it that way? And there's a faster and better way to do it. Like I said, I've recently just converted my pipeline over to Blender from the other software. So if you know of a faster way, just be like, yo, I'll do it this way. It'll save so much time, and I'll be like, thank you very much. Um, so yeah, there. So I'm just kind of like going ahead and making a very simple sculpt shape. It doesn't look great at the moment. As you can see, I've got all these kind of hang-ups. Yeah, that's fine. Go there, get that over there. Delete that up. Wonderful. This is looking great. This is honestly like a lot of the time that I'm doing stuff, I'm just like, yeah, this is. Do I really know what I'm doing? Is this going to look like how I need it to look at the end of this? Yeah, let's bring that in. Hopefully it will. Another technique I use is using subdivision modifiers. And the reason this is a fantastic method that I'm bringing over from 3D Studio Max. And over in 3D Studio Max, the technique used to be called double turbo. And essentially, you'd have two subdivision modifiers. You'd have the first modifier be contingent on smoothing groups, and smoothing groups are kind of in Blender because I've had to like learn how to transition that technique over. Smoothing groups are now akin to what's it called? Shift E. What's this one? Crease. Crease. See, like I'm still learning the terminologies. But if let me just show you a demonstration of this technique because it's super useful. If you throw on a subdivision modifier on a cube, it turns it into kind of like a sphere. If you up the resolution, you get like a clean quad sphere. If you go into the edge and then you add like a crease, you can see it starts to create a hard surface. You see how it's like forming the shape, and all you're adding is crease kind of like raws to the shape. And then the best thing about this is if you add another one of these and then you remove the crease, you now have like a nice soft like base mesh. So this is something, if we were to like make this a bit of a crazier shape, just for example, if you press E to extrude, let's scale that down. Again. So I know it's looking like a phone or something like that, but if you're going to make like a, what do you call it? Like a weapon, you could just select these edges, apply a crease, which is Shift E, and now you're starting to control like the hard surface nature of this. Yeah, it's an AirPod. There you go, an intentional AirPod. So if we just drag that out, not that way. So yeah, if we lessen this crease, you'll see it starts to soften up that edge. And this is just the way, like this is a hard surface technique, but I utilize this method in all of the base mesh preparations for before I do an organic sculpt or anything else like that. Because whenever you're modeling in this way, if you have a look at the wireframes, let's remove the amount. And there's another nice dynamic as well. So the first subdivision modifier that utilizes the crease to define the hard edges. If you increase the resolution of that, it increases the strength of the hard edges. If you reduce that and you increase the one that you add on afterwards to soften it, you get more of a softer, I guess, a stylized look. So it's really nice to like play with those kind of rules. And we can really like go in here, select these, add more crease, play with those shapes. You can make all your hard surface gizmos. But obviously, maybe some of you are sitting there watching like, what, isn't that about like 10 million polygons? Yes, it is. But at the same time, we're looking, the way that this pipeline kind of works is you start off with a base. you want to have the ability to control the base proportions and the forms before you start your high resolution or your high reference mesh sculpting work or anything else like that. And the reason you want to do it in this way is if I show you the wireframe, just coming out of this, you can see here, like I've kind of got equal distance between all of the edges that define this shape. And the reason this is great is because if I go real crazy with it and drag this out, start to make it like a crazy spaceship or something, or a boat rudder, who knows? The way that we can kind of like make this, if you're playing with a shape or you're emulating a concept, someone's giving you a crazy concept, a weapon, anything else like that, and you're like, I'm not quite getting this right, or maybe something's too strong, you can go back into the base. And you can even do like different stages of this. It's just having control over subdivision surfaces of equal distance between them. So if you were to come in here and you were to add like another line, so if we add an edge flow through here and we drag it up, we are technically, get rid of that snap, we're kind of throwing off the balance. Even though we're getting a tighter edge, we're throwing off the balance of like how we can control the proportion deformation. And you can see here we've got tighter edge loops and everything else like that, and that's fine. But the thing is, now that we have this, you're gonna really struggle between using multi-resolution. Now that's, if we increase the resolution, you can see that that's super tight. I mean, you might want that, but it's you want to have as much control with equal distance between the edges as much as possible for your base mesh, basically. So if you were to come in here and select these and use portion of mesh edit, you'll see that, yeah, like that's yeah, it looks hella demented. Gosh. Yeah, not the effect I was looking for. Let me delete that. So yeah, because we had that edge loop, kind of adds like a crazy strength to it. But now, now I can play with the form here. I can distort that, and it's going to automatically create even distances between those edges. And if I need to go in there and add something, like if I needed to add a crazy other, what do you call it, like a line coming through, I could grab these edges now, align that, take these faces. I'm going way off tangent, but yeah, this is like, I would use this a lot, basically. Look at that, crazy, this crazy shape we just made. Gnarly. And if we're not happy, with that, what I would do is I would get rid of the second subdivision modifier. This is kind of like what we're actually looking at with the first division modifier, and I would apply that. Now you can see we've got this kind of hideous mesh. Select vertices. See, in 3D Studio Max, I would use a modifier called Relax, but this one's called Smooth Vertices. And because your surface faces kind of have as much even distance as possible before you do a subdivision modifier, if you add a subdivision to that, you get control over like, how soft the edges look. As if you have a super close line to those, you're not going to get the same effect. And then you can just come in here once that's nice and soft, add another subdivision, and it's going to look hella smooth. If you get rid of that, yeah, there you go. So this is like kind of like, I know it's a weird tangent, and we made like a weird cybernetic spinal column or a boat rudder, but this would be how I would approach anything, and I'm kind of doing the exact same with this organic shape. I'm just going to start dragging these out. I might actually scale this in. I hope that was helpful. Like, I know that was crazy as hell, like random tangent, but it's about like it's about getting, what I would say is it's about getting results which look complicated from a very simple, this is a very simple method. And I think sometimes people can go a really, really complex way about, trying to get somewhere, when there are like very, very fast and simple ways to go about it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I would totally love it. I'm enjoying this. It's one of my
Yeah.
weekends anyway, this is my fun.
Switch these. So as you can see here, I'm just going to go in and quickly clean up. You'll kind of see like when I do clean up, I try and they're all four-sided faces. And in a minute, I'm going to add a subdivision modifier to this because we've got like a real central column. And I basically want that to split in half and give me some more edge flow to work with. So if I turn this back on and get rid of optimal display, yeah, okay, that's going to be our nose.
Can you I was just curious, I was watching a bunch of retopology tutorials this weekend. Can you talk a little bit about explain to people who are newer, what is edge flow and why what the importance of it?
Um, well, yeah, like so edge flow from okay, so yeah, there's multiple rules for edge flow. So what we're doing now is basically we're creating a base mesh. So this is like the base mesh. What would you call it? Um, it's the base mesh stage, and therefore, like I was just mentioning previously with that weird little demonstration, you kind of want to have your base mesh equal distance edges apart so that you can manipulate the forms and the deformation as best as possible without things getting too hideous, without edges getting real crunched up together and tight. The tighter the edges are, the nastier and the less control you have over like the way that edges can look.
Yeah.
So the more even you have things and the more controlled the surface volumes are, um, the more control. It really comes down to control. The more control you have over how the thing's going to look, and this is just one aspect with edge flow and why that's important because to a certain degree, when you finish a block out and you move on to the organic sculpting part where you're getting into the high resolution work, you do technically say goodbye. You say goodbye to your initial blockout. So some people are like, why do you even bother with a blockout? Well, the thing is, if we're working with, like an avatar like this, you have to adhere to certain proportions. You have to constantly check in with your proportions. And if you're focusing on a particular part and like we are, and then we zoom out and we look at it in its full composition, we might realize, oh my God, oh my God, the eyes are completely off in the wrong place. How am I going to fix this? How am I going to make sure that, that brow or like that brow detail is in the right place? Well, luckily everything's in quad forms. They're equal distance apart. I can just do a proportional drag and I can go in and clean up, those supporting edges. Or maybe I need to add an extra edge in for definition, or maybe I need to do it, you can manipulate things a lot easier and with a lot more control in order to get to the final sculpting part without having to summon the proportions out of thin air. And a lot of people, it's kind of like you can sculpt everything from a sphere, but then what comes with that process, I mean, all processes depend on theory. You kind of always have to go back and study, the human anatomy, understand muscle groups, all of those kind of things. But if you're working from a sphere always, you're going to have to kind of really embed that theory into your mind to be able to do that. And I mean, that's a great practice. And like I said earlier, I probably for like a character like this, I probably would just start with the sphere and start dragging stuff around and voxel remesh, all of that kind of stuff. There are many ways to do things, but with this particular way, you just get so much more control, over what you're doing, and that's just this, for example, is just base mesh. This is just playing with a base mesh. Um, the other things, the other rules of, like topology would be once you've done a high resolution model and you've got all of the lovely details, the thing looks, it looks spanking, you want to do a nice render with it and you want to put it in your portfolio. Like when it's at that level and you've done your high resolution mesh, you're kind of at the stage now where you have to pass it on to someone else, like an animator. Or for it to work in a game, it has to go through an optimization process. There are plenty of automated lodding tools these days. Like there's Simply Gone, there's AutoLod, and a lot of big studios will use those tools in order to speed up the process of getting static mesh actors into engine. But if you're doing something like for like wearables or a skeletal, something that's going to require skeletal weights, like you basically have to retopologize and make sure that with the edge flow, with retopology, you want to look at deformation points, elbow joints, fingers, legs. If you're working with like a non kind of bipedal anatomical design, you're going to have to look at like how the animator's prospectively going to, use elements that you've modeled and made on there. I think some of the most beautiful things I see in games, I like the little doodads, like potion bottles and stuff that like bounce off of things. Like a lot of the time, like these days, I think they're starting to use a lot more physics-based, jiggle bones or whatever, where they can add a collider object and it kind of does the simulations for you. But I remember, years ago, animators had to sit there and they had to like they had to simulate or like model, like keyframe animate the wonderful motion of physics and all of those items, and you kind of that just means that you have to make sure that when you're retopologizing, you are catering for the next person that you're passing on for. So that's an important part. Um, and I think there's a big difference as well. Like if you're making something for Decentraland, because one of the beautiful things about Decentraland is that as an artist, unless you're working for a client, you're making something for yourself. So therefore you don't really you're going to see it all the way through from start to finish, unless again, like I said, you're making it for someone else. But what's the point? I've drunk so much coffee. Bear with me 2 seconds.
Just diving into certain things, like the idea of edge flow, and it's exactly what everyone talks
Yeah,
about.
like
And you just want to make the life easier later on. I mean, if you do it right now properly
yeah,
and have nice edge flow, the animators are
for
great.
yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
For yourself, for other people, like it's just kind of like a discipline or like
Yeah.
a thing to take into consideration. All right, I'll stop blethering. But yeah, like, let me get on with this wonderful shape that I'm trying to define. Let's bring this down, Rich of the Old Nose. So as you can see, I'm starting to I'm adding extra edge loops, and previously I was talking, oh, you want to have them as like equal distance between each other, blah blah blah. Well, again, like this is when I would like grab all of these vertices, those, and I would go to vertex and I'll go to smooth, and you can see it adds like you can smooth and increase. And what this will try to do is that it will try to it will try and bring all of your vertices to an equal distance between them using, I think it's like linear interpolarity. The same, it's like reverse. It's like the opposite or fighting subdivision modifier, if that makes sense. So now we're starting to get this this brow, this brow form to come through. We've got our eye sockets and we're opening up to the nose. Just trying to think how to go about doing this. Itch.
Do you ever like bring the reference image in, just drag it in, or you just like having it outside?
I have it in the chat, and I'm staring at it now on the other screen. Yeah, no, like I also I'll use this tool like called Obsidian, like this kind of like local. Oh yeah, this is nice. Sorry, I'm starting to see like the gum lines. Like,
Cool.
yeah, there we go. That'll be the nose. I'll go in there and hack that up in a minute to clean it up. Let's see this. Sometimes I just want to see what it looks like. I mean, look at the state of this without, the subdivision modifier on. You want to come back in and you want to just like, yeah, that looks nasty. Let's make sure we get that all nice and smooth looking. Bring it down. I mean, grab this. Just push that back. And these insert. Bring that in. Let's Yeah, we're starting to say now we've got like a nice little cavity we can work with. I mean, it doesn't, again, like I was saying earlier, none of these things have to be perfect. At the moment, we're fleshing out our shape, starting to get like the base of what we're going to be working with, like these forms. So we can see we've got the cheekbone, just bring it down. Again, like using the symmetry modifier now and again just to flip it over. It might be the case that I want to add another edge loop in here. And as you can see, like we've just added that edge loop. And can you see just by adding that edge loop, we've got this real harsh line come up, and we don't really want to go for that. So let's grab all of these. And smooth first, real push. Yeah, that was nice. And let's get rid of that bloody, excuse my language there.
Bloody's okay.
Bloody, yeah.
That's still G-rated for me.
Nice. So yeah, like this is, it's like kind of where the teeth are. The nose is going to come in here, but I'm going to come back to the nose area because we're going to have to like hack into there in a sec. Can people? I don't know if people can you. I guess you can see this, and can you see the concept at the same time? Can you see the?
Yeah, I have it here. And what I'll do, I could always add it in, the video edit.
Oh, nice.
Kind of cool.
So yeah, you can. I just want.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was kind of like showing, like I just wanted to see how people, seeing how we're approaching the proportions. So obviously we've got like the side of the old cranium here that really like kind of blends. I don't know if it's an AI thing, and obviously it's definitely not following the anatomy to whatever T, but we've got that kind of that brow folding into the top of the skull. It gets a lot larger, so I'm just going to leave that there. And we can deal with that later in sculpting. Let's bring this down, this cheekbone. Let's track that back. And bridge. So give it like side of the skull. And it leads directly into a bone. Is it bone or is it wood? Like what we're going for here? What's the vibe? Is it kind of like an ent, tree ent, something like that, or a gnarly ent goblin? Any suggestions?
It looks like he has
We can
leaves, right? He's like a woody
so,
thing. Like he looks.
that's cool. I like that. Yeah, that's cool. So let's hello. All right, let's bring that in. I mean, for this ear, the cheekbone obviously doesn't go that far. We're gonna have to like weave that shape. So let's get our subdivision modifier, and we wanna add an intersection. So I'm gonna grab all of these, and I'm gonna drag them up, and this will kind of help with the supporting topology for the nose shape that we're gonna chuck in a second. Grab those, all that up, and then we're gonna control our. What's it? Right, let's see how that plays. Oh, sugar. Sugar. Let's play that out. What's there? All right, nice. Yeah, so at the moment it's looking pretty funky. Again, it's difficult to narrate over something whilst it's looking a bit nasty looking. Let's bring that out here, and let's extrude that out. This is going to be like the base of that head shape, I think, and it's it doesn't have to be spot on. We're gonna see how we start forming that silhouette. Again, like the real emphasis on not giving a hoot about like whether it's perfect at the moment, because this is kind of like us just blocking out proportions. And I mean, yeah, let's go with that. And so we're kind of at the moment. You see how I'm like shaping this ear out. It's not perfect, but you'll see me rotating these edges as I extrude them out. I'm rotating them just so that we can continue the flow of like where this edge is going to follow. And let's bring it down. Yeah, it's looking closer. Let's bring that. Got that big old skull. Let's bring these elements in. So now that we've kind of like fleshed these shapes out, I can start to see where I've neglected kind of the shapes, the key forms, and we're going to bring that out because that's going to be the cheekbone to the ear, where it kind of runs down. This is going to lead into the mouth, so we need those gangly gnashes. Let's get these. Yeah, nice. So add an edge loop in here, connect these. And maybe extrude them back. Delete those faces. Yeah, that looks about right. So let's bring that. Sorry, I get caught up in my own little world when I'm making these things. I'm just like, yeah, okay, I can see it. I can start to see it now. Let's bring that up there. Our folks in world in DCL right now watching this.
No, but eventually that is what we're working on with the DAO headquarters. Things like this would be
That's awesome.
there. Yeah. Right, Fede? I don't know.
Yep. So yeah, like I mean, as you can see, we're starting to define the kind of shape. I kind of, and that's another thing. Like when we're given a concept, someone might draw a concept 3/4. and you're like, yo, that concept looks amazing. That looks, that looks badass. And then you start modeling it and you start shaping it out, and then you can see, oh, the proportions front on, it looks abysmal. And then you might want to come over here and kind of just, like, let's drag that out. Let's drag those ears out because it doesn't look very aesthetic. Um, and then, so yeah, and then bigger ears, better silhouette. Like all of that kind of stuff comes into it. So we've got the outside of these ears following the flow. I might want to fix it up a bit. Come back in here. Get rid of that proportional editing for a second. Again, I wish I knew all the hotkeys. I might have to reassign a bunch. And I think I saw an ad in, or like an add-on system that allows like people who are so conditioned with 3D Studio Max to just kind of like jump in and immediately get flying. But I just haven't. I didn't really want to do that with a tutorial series as well. Like, hey guys, like let me show you how to do something. But by the way, I've changed all of the presets to another software. Like, you kind of like do it in a default way, so people can be like, oh yeah, I can see how to get there. Don't want to like cut people up. Bridge. It's going to look very funky again. Like you see this shape. So now I'm going to come in here. I'm going to bring this over here, like equal out that distance. We want to get this big chunky ear, top of the ear part, where it rounds off. Let's add another edge flow loop in here. How does that join into the side of the head? It kind of just. Sorry, I'm talking out loud, but this is my kind of inner thought process.
Great.
What we want that kind of like top of the skull, and where that brow works, sort of fold in. This will look particularly funky, but again, we don't care about making mistakes. We're just going to chuck it in there, and if we need to fix it, we'll go and fix it. I mean, that might work. See what that does. Looks like I mean, it looks like I could have just started with a Suzanne monkey, like the Suzanne. And that, guys, is how you make a default model. Like, yeah, that's how you make a Suzanne from scratch. Yeah, no, it would look a lot crazier than that. Right, I've got this kind of cool horns at the back of the head coming out the top of the head, and it looks like there's, I guess, is it maybe Mohican style horns coming out? Kind of, yeah, I really like the look of those. This is a cool design. The more that now I've started on it. At first, I was like, oh, this is a bit trepidous, but now I'm just like, this is a cool design. Let's bring it to life. Let's go. And that's also like coming back to talking about working with like clients. Is sometimes you'll get something of like, gosh, I don't think I'm going to enjoy working on this. But then once you get into the flow of it, you're like, yo, this is awesome. Like, why was I ever thinking that? And you just got to do the stuff. Like again, like what I was saying about earlier, and the process of don't worry about failing, don't worry about messing up. You just kind of have to lay geometry down, just chuck it down, and if there's an issue, you'll fix it. Yeah. Um, so here, this kind of, I'm continuing the flow of the ear, like so it joins around to the back of the head, and all I'm doing here is extruding, bridging, using very very simple tools. This I'm going to lower a bit actually, where it feeds into the side of the head because it's going to enter where the cheekbone is. Yeah, let's see if that. So look at the concept mesh. Yeah, all right. And then and then again, it's also good practice to come back, use the symmetry, and then see what it looks like once it's been divided. Okay, so the shape of the ears coming together, got those lovely nashes and the jawline. All right, it's going well. That's me just reassuring myself for the demonstration. All right, that's the.
Well, you got to be a good fan.
Took the words right out of my ear. Oh no! All right, let's. Yeah. All right, let's take this one.
Have you sculpted with clay before, like actual physical clay?
Yes,
Yep.
and I am terrible. I am awful. I have no spatial or, I have no surrounding. I have no idea what things this and yeah, so that's the thing. In digital 3D space, I'm like, yo, like let's go. Like one of those, what was it? Like a 3D mesh bender from whatever. Like no, like it feels like, you can enjoy it. Because this Control Z.
Yeah,
Like once you
totally.
get like once you dive in, like, and you've got like a slab of clay that's like against the clock and it's starting to go off, and you're like, God, why is this getting tougher to carve into? And like, oh, this is awful. Like I think because you're against the clock, and if you're like terrible like I am with physical sculpting, you're just the whole time just going like, I'm terrible at this, I'm terrible at this, and now I can't do anything about it. I'm terrible and I can't do anything about it, and this is the end, and everyone's showing off their things at the end of the class, and oh my God, why did I do this? Yeah, so that's it. I think the Control Z helps a lot.
That was
But
me
no,
too
no, like that.
in class. Woodworking is the most unforgiving form of sculpture in the world. You hack it off, you're like, oh shit, you can't glue it back on.
Why? Why did I do this? Yeah, that's. I mean, no, I think that's great. Like, it's kind of like it's like 2D. I guess 2D illustration, digital illustration, and part of me really wants to sit there or like take a lot of time out and do 3D sculpting classes because everything helps. Every sort of thing that you can study or do helps with the of like your subconscious knowledge of like how to get from A to B. Um, so if you're doing it, I think physical sculptors, people who can do this with physical stuff, are just going to be immense. Like at this kind of work, they're like, oh yeah, I know it. They can think ahead of form and shape and everything like that, which is kind of like what I'm trying to get to. Let's bring this together. Yeah, we're getting there. Getting there. It's almost there. And then let's just bridge these. And I want to like play with that thickness. So let's bring these out. And I want to bring this all the way down.
Like a 3D Bob Ross.
And then he's like, I think the vertices, yeah. I bring these up a little vertices down. We're gonna don't worry about the snap. Yeah, no, like I wish. Bob Ross, legend.
No, you are
That's the
legend.
legend.
I'm not even kidding. It's very soothing. It's like, yes, spot there. He's gonna bridge them now. It's so satisfying.
There's the bridge. There it is. And what I might do for this one, because we've kind of got this edge, like this nice face, like where the top of the ear, we've kind of got that volume. I might just stitch these together and then go from there. Yeah, I mean, see if those bridge nicely. No, terribly. That's what we don't want. We don't want triangles. So we go back here. Bridge. Oh dear, what have I done? Oh, that's why I'll take control instead of shift. Rookie mistake. Yeah, in 3D Studio Max, it's control to add another leaf. Okay, so here we've got like a little. Here's a nice kind of like problem. We've kind of made ourselves an issue. So we've got to tune this up. So we've got this volume here, this face volume, and this corner, which is going to be the big chunky bit that you see on the ear and the concept. And it doesn't have to be perfect, but we want to be able to depend on it to like move to deform and move the base mesh as we get further along. So we want to preserve that shape. So I'm gonna bring all these down, and well, I've got to basically see where I can intersect another edge loop that's not going to destroy the flow. So I'm going to add a bridge in here. So we've got a triangulated face, so you can kind of see what we're dealing with. And what I'm going to do instead then is move these guys over here. I keep forgetting the snaps on. Brilliant. Usually I just tap S to need to find a shortcut for that. But S is scale inside Blender. You can imagine, like, coming from another software, you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna. Why is everything moving? Why is everything like your complete flow is like, yeah,
Yep.
sure, good. All right. So let's just added another edge loop, which is going to give us like this extra quad. So we've got this corner of this mesh and that flow. We're going to bring this one back in because we want that flow to continuously go down to the out. And then bring that in there. Select that bridge. Nice. We have it closed off. I mean, it's not perfect yet because we need to really like push that in. But what I might do for that particular area where we see that curves is I might just extrude.
I knew you were gonna do that. I'm like, he's
gonna. Yeah. It looks like this is starting to look like, is it pinky? Pinky in the brain. Like it's like got that kind of. That's a throwback right there, right? I think youngsters and they're probably like, yo, what the hell? All right, here we go. Yeah, so you can see here, like we've made sure everything's quadified, and I've gone to the vertex mode, smooth vertices. I have played with Laplacian, but I think it's just another, or a Laplation, whatever you want to call it. It's a different kind of smoothing or relaxing algorithm, and I get the best results by using the bog standard smooth vertices. So I'm just going to grab these. Sometimes I'll bring them down so it's not too strong, like maybe like 0.25. And I think that will work. Yeah, that'll do. And we'll see how that looks. I'm going to join that up, and then we're going to continue with the edge. Let's grab that bridge. It might look a little bit funky. What have I done? And I've just deleted everything. No, there we go. So let's bring that down there. I'm going to make a few mistakes like this, by the way. So you'll be watching like, what the hell? This guy's never used Blender before in his life. But it's not about the blenders. All right, let's yeah, there we go. So okay, cool, nice. Yeah, starting to flesh out like the base. You can see like the top of the ear. I'm probably going to give that edge a bit of a crease. Like so Shift and E gives us the crease tool. And with that subdivision modifier that utilizes crease, it basically tightens that edge without you having to add supporting edge loops. So therefore you can do the deformation and the pulling about using proportional editing, but you're not losing. It just gives you control on the edges basically without having to really mess with your topology. I mean, it does move the topology, but not from your base, your control point. But it does actually move the topology when it uses the subdivision modifier. So does that make any sense? Like, I hope it does. Yeah. So if I tighten this up and if I select this loop, and I give this, what am I doing? Here we go. Select that. I mean, I'm probably going to have to undo, but if I hit Shift C, you can see that this is now controlling the weight of the corner, and it's just super useful. I mean, yeah, it kind of looks like it's getting there, but it's not perfect in terms of the proportions. So I'm going to come back to the bottom of the ear. That really needs to come out. So there we go, spot on. But no, it's not that simple, but yeah, I mean that's kind of getting there. And to be honest, I might just leave it like this for whilst I start to work on the rest of it. Like the rest of the skull, we just want to get that shape down. We want to get from A to B as fast as possible. So let's symmetry that. Bring it out here again. Like you'll see me work on one side and kind of neglect another, and then sometimes when I guess I'm having a caffeine plummet, I start working on the other side, and then forget and have the symmetry over from that side. And you'll just see me flipping the symmetries from like side to side because my brain is suffering. So let's just grab these, start to like expand that skull shape. I mean, I'm just going to be super sloppy here and finish like a kind of like a cranium. We'll clean it up. So I'm going to come out of that joint, going to vertice, snap, bring these up. And grab those, pull them forward. God, this is a terrible idea. I should have just done it another way, but it's okay. Like this is part of the fun of it. Like another thing about this process is Yeah, that's it. Look at that. Spot on the brain. Yeah. It's kind of like I just want. It's like don't be afraid to make mistakes because I think that's a big, it holds people back. It might be like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Heck, like if you know the amount of mistakes, it's kind of like I know the destination of where to go, but you got to make mistakes in order to get there. And I think that's sadly what kind of keeps a lot of folks back. And it's like talking to a lot of aspiring 3D artists. I just say like, just dive in, just dive in. It sounds ridiculous, and you like you're looking at portfolio pieces on like ArtStation by like triple A artists, and more often than not, they're kind of doing the exact same thing. Like yeah, they have a flow and they have a thing, but like they'll start off with like a plane and they'll start dragging it out and they'll go, oh, that's terrible, and they'll delete it and then they'll jump back. It's just kind of like the flow, and often you learn a lot of the ways to get from A to B in terms of polish and having a clean finish by making those mistakes and cleaning them up at the same time. So it's all part of the process. So yeah, if you're watching this, Sleeping God, like I want to be a 3D artist, or I want to make wearables and I want to be able to do it. Just be prepared to like dive in and make mistakes. Don't worry about what other people think as well. Like, yeah, like honestly, that's one of the biggest things. Like, it's going to sound a bit weird, but like, screw other people's opinions of your work. Like, you have to be in it for yourself in your journey in that capacity. But otherwise, you're going to be constantly worrying, like, oh, other people. I don't want to. It's like kind of like me. If I was kind of worried about you guys seeing me making these mistakes, I wouldn't be here. But it's just kind of like, yo, we're going to make some mistakes, but at the end of it, we're going to have something hopefully pretty badass that everyone can enjoy. I'm hoping I can also mint this, and if people drop their addresses, not now. I know as soon as you say like, yo, if you want to drop wallet addresses, everyone just like floods. There's just like wallet addresses like flooding in. But like, I think after this, it'll be really good if once we get it finished, to airdrop everyone who came along.
That's awesome. That would be fun.
This gnarly little wooden demon brain tribute from my childhood. Right. Okay, so let's finish off the back of the ear. How am I going to do this? Oh yeah, so this is fun. So I'm looking at this kind of shape here, and you want to keep things in quads. We've got this like kind of like weird extreme kind of flow going with the ear. So I'm going to bring this down and kind of relax that flow of this edge coming in. And with this particular edge, I'm going to drag this one out, go back to vertice, sorry, and then snap it to clean this up. And now we've opened up another edge where we can clean off the back of this ear, and then we can carry on, around. So this will be like the small part that joins to the side of the head with the ear. We're going to have to like marry it up to the back of the cheekbone. So let's select that. Yeah, and then let's bring that over. So now that cavity there, you can now see that's basically what we're trying to justify and make sure that we control forms. I mean, for these kind of shapes, I wouldn't worry too much about topology and like how you're going to control them, because we're kind of really trying to control the proportions and the silhouette. Proportions and silhouette are more important than like the majority of things, because in games, like once you're the shape, a lot of shapes in games, depending on like the game style that you're working with, even if it's top down, if it's third person, first person, there are so many different rules, but the majority of them come down to most of them come down to form and the way that they look from the specific camera angle and everything else like that. But you'll notice that first person weapons, if you look at the back of the gun, like you'll see light from the environment flickering off of them, and the only way that the light from the environment or the shader engine is because they've got like a tangent normal map, and there's another varying maps to define the material, the metallic, its metallic nature and specularity, etc. But those edges are going to be bigger on that gun's edges than they would be in real life, because it needs to have that extra thickness to show up in a game engine. Otherwise, you wouldn't notice it if everything was realistically crispy, like a lathe cut piece of metal. you wouldn't notice it. So you kind of have to exaggerate. These are the things you kind of have to go for and exaggerate when making video game assets. And I think that goes the same for Decentraland as well, because there's such the restrictions or the limitations even of like your triangle count and everything else like that. Ooh, sorry about this. I just realized I've hit K to use the knife tool, and I'm just going to come in here and hit enter and add an extra line. I love the knife tool. There was another tool in 3D Studio Max like this, but you can clip it to a vertex and then cut an extra line through a line. Really, really useful. Anyway, sorry, I digress.
Oh, Pepe
Yeah,
was asking, will we be doing texturing materials in Blender as well, or do you use a different software for that portion?
I use a different software. I use a plugin. It's a very specific plugin by a guy he's disappeared. He's literally disappeared. Like he was around like 3 or 4 years ago, and I think he's one of the unsung heroes because he essentially for games. So like I was just talking about shader engines and stuff like that, and particular shader types in in Decentraland we use a toon shader. So there's kind of like a texture that is kind of like a cube map that is like the cell kind of it's the lighting aspect on the toon shader. That's kind of like what we get to work with. So we can't use PBR textures like normal maps, tangent normals, roughness, or anything else like that because the lighting, the shaders don't pick up. You just don't see the reflectance. You don't see any lighting or anything in that regards. But the reason I say that is because we're currently the way that we're going to go about this. We're technically doing a PBR workflow, but this kind of like shader add-on or Substance Painter. I'm going to be using Substance Painter. It takes all of the masks and all of the texture maps that we're going to bake from this process. So like your tangent normals, your position map, your cavity map, ambient occlusion, it takes all of that and it chucks them into this particular shader setup inside Substance Painter, where usually everything would be PBR. So therefore, inside Substance Painter itself, you have a real-time environment where you can rotate the light around your model and you see the different reflectances from the normal maps and all of the maps that you fed into it. But then sometimes people will grab like the 2D texture of that, and then that'll be the final texture that goes into Decentraland, because we're using an unlit dynamic where you're having to use pre-baked lighting on the texture. Well, this particular plugin, it takes all of your PBR information and it gives you, like Substance Painter is fantastic. It's so crazy. Like there used to be other tools like plugins and stuff made for Photoshop, but ever since Substance Painter come out, I just don't use anything else. It's fantastic. But yeah, this guy, I can't remember his name, but I have it in my documents. He put so much monsters and so much materials, and he basically created a pack that helped people. The reason I came across him is because I used to make kind of little cosmetics for Dota 2, and he made like this whole material system for helping people because Source 2 engine has. This is so crazy. Like game engines all have different particular, like technical requirements for the final finishing game. So like Source engine had like normal detail maps, things that were kind of or like animated texture maps. So like Razor. I don't know if anyone's familiar with those two. I know Pepe is. But yeah, there was a very very particular like set of maps. Yeah, that you needed to like understand and know. So this guy basically made this wonderful plugin that allowed you to throw in your PBR texture maps, and it generated the ones that you probably didn't know how to generate from scratch. For like people like, for it just saves so much time as well. You don't want to have to sit there and make a custom texture map just because one particular engine versus a universal pipeline. You kind of want all of the assets across all game engines and stuff to share a universal pipeline instead of what would you call it? Cut things out or I think it's very difficult if an engine requires specific texture maps in order for assets to look good, or if we take Decentraland for example, it has a particular finish and it requires specific texture maps and a way to prepare them for specific styles. I know everyone makes different style assets anyway, like the variety is there, But if you're going to make an asset for Decentraland first, it's more, more chance. The chances are that you haven't really prepared a PBR backup of textures. You don't have the tangent normals, you don't have specularity, gloss, roughness, metallics. You don't have any of those textures supported to like make a PBR, like PRM model, an avatar, or even anything. It could be props. It could be for any of the experiences inside Decentraland that decide to push their experience into say Hyper-5, which uses that uses PBR. So this, I would say this, and one of the things part of the reason for this technical pipeline was that once you finish this, not only will you have like an asset that has been, it's been made with Decentraland in mind, but you will also have all of the supporting maps for PBR engines. So if you wanted to, you could take these into Unity, you could put them into Hyper-5, you could put them into Spatial or Monaverse, because you've already got the supporting maps, and it also was made purposefully for Decentraland. So it's going to look the best it can with this pipeline for Decentraland, whilst you also have all of the assets and the ingredients to go. Do you know what I mean? Like that's kind of like what I was aiming for with this.
Yeah. Do you have a link for that add-on that you're talking about for
Yeah,
Substance
I
Painter?
will type it in.
Yeah, I think Arjun was asking about it. I know I was thinking the same
Yeah,
thing.
sure.
Still haven't bought. I mean, I want to subscribe to Substance Painter. It's an additional subscription, but it looks amazing. I really want to play in there.
Here we go. Yeah, check this out. So you see so much diffuse. Diffuse? Diffuse is kind of like the unlit color value map in a PBR pipeline. So it says so much diffuse. Essentially, the environment that this shader add-on gives you is like you can work with all your PBR materials, and then it gives you like the final diffuse. And the best thing about it as well is that every particular material that you make within this plugin, you can control you can control like the direction of light. You get total control over it. So you can do things like gemstones. You can do things like like all of the things that usually you for a PBR gemstones and things like that would require subsurface scattering maps, specularity, all of that kind of stuff. With this, you can set up those materials into like presets. You don't have to worry about your lighting, because I will show this later on, or maybe in part two, depending on how people's like a battle of attrition with people's attention and like what you've got to do in life. Like you've got important things to do. It's like, oh, he's only like 10 minutes into the. It's only 10 minutes into the process. But yeah, um, yeah, I will cover all of that as well. So let me just try and hurry up because I want to get to the next stage. Like, people are like, yo, hurry up. Stop talking, dude. Like, here we go.
Learned so much though. This is awesome.
Yeah, like, and I'm being hella sloppy. Like, don't be afraid to be sloppy. Be sloppy as hell. Um, all right, that is obviously not going to work. So again, we've got another debacle. Got to clean up this here. Mm-hmm. Alrighty, let's bring that back. That'll do. Select that as the bridge. Beautiful. Oh no, not beautiful. Look, we've got another one. another quad to fix. Yeah, so I knew there would be an issue with this. Let's Where's that edge flow? That edge flow follows and then I break it. Okay. Try that again. This is going to be a bit funky, but basically noticed that we've got this edge flow, like this edge flow here that goes all the way around, and I essentially just break it, and we want to kind of like fix that, and then we'll fix the other issues. It's going to get real messy. So I'm sorry about the noise. I'm living busy one. So, oh god, this is terrible. Right, let's. Mm, I've made a terrible, terrible mistake. I've opened up Pandora's box of puzzles. All right, let's go back. Let's be super sloppy. Sometimes it can be perspective. Like you can be like looking at your edge flows and be like, "How am I going to fix this? Oh my god, this is awful!" And then you just you select it. Just going to select all of these. Let's look at my concept. Yeah, this is looking funky. Like the ears are way too big right now. So again, like um, vertex, smooth, yeah, nice, pinky in the brain style. Let's get that over there. And then, yeah, nice, nice, nice. You know what? Let's bring this up. Actually, add an edge flow here. Drag that down, and now we've got our extra chord. These aren't the most aesthetic of edge flows, but they will dang well do to get us to the next part of this this demonstration. Yeah, nice. Okay, so we've got our little neck stump, back of the cranium. So this is like it's like a wood, like an ent demon, I guess. Kind of cool. Uh, right. I'm just looking at the concept again, checking out proportions and stuff. We've got that the inner jaw is very like thin. It's got that really gnarly looking chin. So I'm just gonna I'll come back to the nose afterwards and then I'll wrap it up and add some extra appendages for the horns and stuff. But also I might just grab first of all I might just grab these ears. Bring these down a bit, dragging them because they ain't that big. Yeah, cool. Uh, have my earphones died? Am I just talking to myself?
Well,
Oh, oh, okay.
watch-
Okay, okay, cool. So, yeah, I'm using the wireless ones, and sometimes they just cut out. And I'm just talking to myself, and yeah, don't want to be rude.
I sometimes do live streams and I'm like, I wonder if anyone can hear me or if there's audio. You never know until afterwards. You're like, if not, it's just me like
No one
blabbing
can hear me. Yeah.
silence. I know. I think everyone's just like mesmerized right now. I am.
I hope so. Some people are just like, yeah, what the hell? Like,
It's
right,
making something, not sure what. It's getting there.
yeah, what the heck? Right, let's. I don't. Is this even central? Yeah, it's central. Nice. Um, okay, so we're gonna start. We're gonna work with the chin, and so again, like talking about approach, like the bottom of the chin, it's kind of like got that little butt chin with like a weird leaf form coming out of it, or whatever that is. Looks cool, but I'm just gonna take this. I usually, yeah, I start with like a cube, or sometimes depends on the shape, but a lot of the time I'll just delete. I should just start with a plane for crying out loud, but I guess it gives you the option. It gives you the option if you want to control a scale. So this is going to be our little butt chin kind of. And that is kind of below. Yeah, we're going to go for that. Up, yeah, it's got kind of like an upward. It's very nice. I mean, yeah, like I could have just used that cube and distorted it to be the shape, but it helps. As you're doing it, you're going with the flow, kind of like what you want to be achieving. And it didn't even align that up. Nice. Yeah, always want to check that before you use the symmetry. So this is going to be the base of our butt, chin, jaw. Okay, it's because I'm not snapping it. Got to snap it to a bloody axis after you do an extrusion. With these faces, I'm going to enter inset or whatever, and then I'm going to delete these faces here, and I'm going to grab those, and I'm going to just line them all up, and then I might just grab them all. Yes, and then let's bring that in. I think I'll work. So this little inset here. Oh, no worries, Fede. Yeah, so we'll bring this in here. Yeah, bring this up. I might have sunk it prematurely, but you can see here what I'm trying to do is create the beginning of the edge flow for the inside of the jaw. And we want to make sure that we have, so like with this extra edge flow I've just added in here, this is going to define. So you can see it's starting to look a little bit more like the butt chin shape. Yeah, that would do. We'll grab this flat out. Yeah, nice. Come on, axis. Give me the axis. I find it so frustrating. I have to play with my control hotkeys. Delete the news. So let's kind of just see what the shape's starting to look like with the subdivision on it. Yes, lovely butt chin. That's what we want. Sketch. Yeah, the proportions are like completely off. Again, like we don't want to worry about that because the best thing about this is that we can manipulate it so easily because we're sticking to the quads. So what I might start to do now is just grab these, and with the jaw, it's kind of like it's kind of like it's not like a skull, but it is a skull. Funky as heck.
Do you ever go and just use like sculpting mode and then re-topologize that, or do you like to do?
No, not no. I mean, like there will be another software. I need to learn, and I'm going to put a lot of time into it for the tutorial series, basically to use Blender sculpting tools because I'm very conditioned to ZBrush.
Yeah.
And ZBrush, look, you can see I'm using 2021, but they've recently got purchased. It used to be owned by Pixelogic, and I've had a assistant license for like 6-7 years, and it was expensive, but if you're buying a persistent license, it's worth it. But now it's been bought out by another company, and they've introduced all of these crazy subscription fees, and that's just for internal features of the application. So people were outraged, like a lot of the community were like, "What the heck's it?" But that's what happens when something becomes too useful.
Yeah, I remember hearing other people saying the same thing about they're so sad what happened to ZBrush.
Yeah, brutal. God, this looks terrible. Uh, Getting there. Can't wait to stick those nashes in either. But yeah, so let's get this like jaw shape. It's more like, I guess, aggressive, and I think I've just made it a bit too chunky. So let's burn the front. Uh, and we're going to grab what? Bring that in. Yeah, it's looking more gnarled. More gnarled. Proportions. Now got the gum line. Just isolate. See what this looks like without it. Yeah, so now like it's good to see what it looks like with subdivision modifier on, but always come back to it and kind of see how it's shaping up. God, it's got some crazy teeth on there, right? want to bump into that while I scan
I
through?
love the crazy teeth.
Perfect.
He reminds me of what is it, the Mahakalas in Tibetan iconography, like the demons that are
Oh, dang.
protectors.
That's awesome. No, I'm not familiar.
They're
It's,
like
love
you need
creatures.
some tough guys on your side, so they're kind of like the demon protectors that are like protecting the
That's
good.
awesome.
But this guy's a little more scary. Well, actually, they're pretty scary too. Like really scary for a reason. They have to scare the real demons, you know. Like
Yeah, makes sense. Let's go with an edge loop here, and we're just going to drag out. Yeah, we're not going to get too caught up. I think with this particular. I'm just going to drag this bit out, and that's for the bit that kind of like sticks out at the end. I might even be a bit crazy. Just yeah. So this is going to look terrible to begin with. Again, we don't care. Get to make all the mistakes. It's going to look great. It's going to look sloppy. Oh, there we are. Screen that. Nice. Yeah, there we go. So this is going to get pulled all the way back. Sorry, decentral inevitable. We're going to have to fight you for a while. There we go. Starting to get there. Starting to resemble the concepts, but you kind of like the processing getting there was at first you're questioning everything in life, like what you're doing, like um but yeah, it's just about reverse engineering, breaking that down.
for headpiece, what is the try count allowed again? I forget for helmet.
Well, because this is going to be a helmet and it's going to hide hair and it's going to hide a bunch of other stuff, we can utilize a little bit more. We can use more triangles. It's from discussions with Shivu, the limit is 4,000, but I try and keep it below that because if you're hiding, if you think if you're hiding earrings, hair, hats, top head, all of those kind of things, you're saving thousands of triangles. And you're also this is going to be one texture, one material, or it could be two materials if we want to add some extra flair to it. But yeah, we can combo those bits up. And
Well, I was thinking what we can do. We can go like say another half an hour today, and then we can do another session if you have time. That way we can dive into
yeah, okay.
because
Yeah,
it's pretty
well,
cool
I'll
seeing
aim. I know. Yeah, it's kind of like dragging on.
watching happily. So I'm just thinking for I know other people have maybe 2 hours is a good place to start to cut it off for today
Yeah.
into half an hour and then maybe do another session when you can because I definitely want to see him paint.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, what we can do then is I will focus on getting the block out finished, and I guess like if people don't have time, kind of I guess we can see how people are feeling. Um, but yeah, just see how we get on with finishing the block out, and then we could go from there. If we finish on the block out, then we can pick it up with the high resolution sculpting after, like that part. So next time,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Right. So this, I'm kind of like making just it's a real proxy kind of like jawbone. It's not going to be perfect, but we just need to get some mesh in there, some filler, and then we'll fix it up afterwards. You know what? Let's just bring this over here. Yeah, does anyone else, if people have questions, Malloy, why do you feel the odd triangle instead of a quad is absolutely no. It's not an absolute no. You can use triangles, and also when you're like doing retopologizing, or like if you're doing like retopologizing, you're going to need triangulation in there to like cut down and optimize as much as possible. But when it's like something like a block out and stuff like that, I mean, ZBrush, a lot of sculptors, when they started back in the day, they didn't have things like, now there's like these crazy things where you can revoxelize, and it'll do a voxelized projection or marching cubes, and it will recreate your entire topology in like a weird distortion of different quads. Well, back in the day, you had to rely on the quadified mesh that you were working with, and the reason things were quadified and with supporting edge loops was because that was going to be the remit of your, like, that's what you were going to be allowed to work with when you subdivided even further and further and further. So we could basically take this and we could subdivide it like 4 times, and hopefully it doesn't crash my computer. But the what we get to play with, you can see like these surfaces here. Whatever you maximize with your quad deformation, this is what you were going to be sculpting with. So if we go one more time, I'm a little bit scared if I keep going, it's going to crash in Blender and I haven't saved. So basically, yeah, I should. Let's just, yeah, and so let's save. Oh, whoops! I saved over my clean file, but I felt clean. At least we've got it. Yeah. So the yeah. So let's just, back in the day, it was more important to have everything proportional. Now you can be totally chaotic, but again, it just comes down to control. You can just kind of like going crazy. You can just, what's the word? I just want this nugget here. And you can use the revoxelizing tools and stuff like that. But the thing is, I've sculpted a lot, especially when you're against the clock and you're in a time crunch. You're not going to want to sit here and like make the cleanest base mesh. But if you're making something with pride, something that you're dedicating your time to make like a solid piece. Oh, crikey. You're going to want to do this because then you're going to be able to get the best. It's going to be for the best out of everything, and you'll see like why I want to start cleaning up. And it comes down to just having total control over the way that you create the proportions, and crying out loud, almost cursed. Right there. Bring it there, bridge, and then X. See what this looks like. Yeah, so we've got that. See, that's not right, cheeky. Dissolve. This is how I talk to myself, by the way. When I'm working, it's like, oh yeah, there you are, you cheeky. See, get out of there, you. So then for this top of the jawbone, add some creases in there. Shifty, it's giving it a bit more strength. Form, I mean, that looks terrible. You'll see what I'll do in a minute. It's with the extra, the extra subdivision. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Yes. And then let's, for tense purposes, grab that shifty that is up as well. And then shade smooth, subdivision modifier, reasons. Okay, so we've got like this kind of like jaw piece that's going to sit under the. So yeah, coming back to why is everything quads, and if you have them triangulated, well, if you have things triangulated and you drag them out, you're at the mercy, I guess, of not being able to add an extra flow line in there, so that you can control the weight of the edge. If you have a triangle, that determines, like say if you have a triangle and you've got 3 edge loops coming off that, if you add an edge loop to that, they're going to stop at the triangle, and therefore you've immediately kind of like blocked out or cut yourself off from being able to add a whole other avenue off that. You see, well, like I did this little extrusion out here, and this is, you'll kind of see when I do the sculpting how this was helpful for that. When I do the deformation stuff here, if I grab this and I move proportionally for editing, I'm just going to grab all of that. You can see that because everything is quadified and there's an equal distance, between all of the quads, or we're going to aim for that. It's not like that at the moment, but I'm going to clean it up in a second. It just means when we change these things, it's terrible. You just have more control. As if you have a triangle in there and you cut into it and you drag, and then you try and remove, you're going to have to, it's just extra work that you're going to have to clean up afterwards. Or if you've got that artifact, it's just like making stuff in quads is stopping you from having to do further cleanup once you've got everything in quads, if that makes sense. As if you start adding tries in there and other edge flips, you're going to have to go back and like clean them up if you're going to have to change things. Um, and I mean, let's just see what happens if I add a bunch of triangles in there. Got this turning into a FAFO session. Right, let's. That wasn't swearing. Technically, wasn't swearing.
For us to like recreate this following your tutorial, that'll take me like 2 weeks. Like, okay, let's try to do exactly what he did.
So yeah, let me just see what will happen. I'm trying to think of like a good example of what, because these are kind of rudimentary. So if you're working on something else more hard surface and you needed, total absolute control over the edge, you'll definitely see a lot more issues. But if we go in and close this up, and it will automatically qualify them as well. But yeah, you can see like it's kind of made this weird like pentagonal like dependency, like where there's one edge, one edge, one edge. Yeah, it's just nasty when it comes to your proportions and stuff like that. And if we get rid of the wireframe, usually you will see like in certain lighting. So if you're going to use this as your final reference, your high poly reference mesh, with more triangles in there, when you increase like the resolution and you're going to bake from them, you start to see like the artifact show in the specularity and the way that it picks up. So it's nice and smooth on this side, and over here you have an artifact. But it's from what we're doing, it's not that important. You could add a bunch of triangles in there, but it's just good practice, like not to. Um, Yeah, yeah, like Cursors. Yeah, if you import a mesh, okay, this is another crazy thing about like topology. Um, when you put an asset into a game engine, it has to be converted into triangles for like the triangle buffer. It's part of a game engine dependency for your asset to be made in triangles. It doesn't use quads inside a game engine. It's all just data. But when you're modeling, that's why you'll notice that if you extract something from a video game, if you extract like a .fbx or a .glb from like a Unity project or something like that, it's all completely triangulated, and you lose the ease of control, to like reverse engineer it and everything else like that. Which is super helpful with Blender having. Is it quads to tries? I thought that was fantastic because 3D Studio Max does not have that, and you just sit there going through finding all of the edge flows and deleting the triangles, like dissolving the triangles in the middle. But yeah, it just helps with keeping things in quads, just helps with deformation, changing proportions of things without any issues. And it also eradicates artifacts from your high resolution models if you're going to be baking. Because a lot of the time you wouldn't take this, because this is organic and it's a gnarly like creature, we're going to be sculpting on it, making it look crazy. But if this was, say, like a lovely high poly cabinet, where the edges are like hard surface, they're 45 degrees or 90-degree kind of angles, you want to make sure everything's qualified so you can control the softness and the hardness of the edges. And if you have triangles in there, you will see artifacts when you bake it, and they will show up in the game engine. So that's kind of what you're trying to negate whilst keeping things in quads. It's just good practice, if that makes sense. Awesome. Yeah, so let's get this kind of wrapped. It's looking kind of funky. Obviously, it's not like a jaw, and there would obviously be a gullet and everything else like that, like a mouth hole. So let's make a little neck extrusion. This neck base. It's like a skull. Let's bring it back. Okay. Auto editing for the win. Right. All right. Oh God. Okay, let's try that again, but with an expansion. Yes, that'll do. Let's get that out of the way. I need to learn these hotkeys. Sorry if this is frustrating. Let's get that out there. Sheesh. Next gonna be you know what? This is a problem for tomorrow's me. Let's extrude. Heck, that looks gnarly. Uh, wonderful. Yeah, I mean, we've got this jaw, we've got this kind of like base head. It's two different elements. I like the fact that they are two different elements because when I bring it into the sculpting software or when you're doing the sculpting pass, it means that you'll be able to proportionally edit and change up the jawbone, or where the mouth is to be how you like it. And then you can commit it to the mesh afterwards, and then we can do like a whole bunch of other stuff. But I just want to see where this sits on with the neck. We need to make sure that this sits on the head. Like too squat. We need to give it like a little neck. So let's unhide. Oh no. There we go. Hide the head. Oh, we want the neck. I might try that thing now, unless it's just crashed. Oh, it's crashed. Oh. It's a good job we saved, huh?
I know. What? That would be so sad.
Gosh. I just lost everything. Yeah, no, these. That's all right. All right, let's jump in. Oh no. Right, no.
What?
Gosh. I've just lost it. Oh no, right. No, it's all good. It's all good. So okay, this might be, this isn't a fantastic place to stop. Now let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Let's work that muscle. Like when these things happen, you just got to keep going. Stuff. Just like bridge. Let's bring it back. How do I do it? Got to keep frigging iteratively saving. Wonderful. Okay. Okay, let's bring this jaw forward. I think we're just gonna fortunately edit. Bit of a gnarly jaw. Let's bring. And you know what? I think for all intents and purposes, we are going to just bring a cylinder in here. It's pretty funny how it does just remind me of Brain from Pinky and the Brain.
Yeah.
This isn't copyright infringement, I promise. Actually, it was AI generated, so there is no copyright. So, let's bring the. Perfect. Look at that. It's wonderful. Anatomy. Yeah, this is the neck, so we'll just chuck that in. I already edited it, so I forgot. That's another thing in Studio Max. Like you can kind of like change the edge loops around a cylinder, and I forget you can only do that when you bring it into existence in Blender. When you drag it up, if you edit it once, you've committed. That's it. Or is it? No, it's done. It's done. Let's bring that up there. Oh, beautiful. This is not looking good at the moment. Okay. Bring this down. So Shift H. Nope, it's the wrong one again. Alt H. Little gremlin. Let's make this a bit bigger. That kind of checks out. Bit of a beastly neck. Let's bring that down there. We'll fix this in post. We'll make this work. Okay, this is friggin' gnarly. So let me just take a look at the concept again. The jaw really goes up there, doesn't it? Because that is not. I think that's the trouble with like AI is like trying to find a solution, and this is another fun part is dealing with concepts that are a bit funky. It's going to be a tiny gullet, tiny mouth hole, because we're going to have all the gums in there as well. Gums, gummish foot. Yeah, okay. Right, let's fix up that nose and then let's call that quits, and we can drag it into another software and make it look good. Yeah, so this is like it's probably because this is an organic thing and it's not like making like a satchel or backpack, pair of sneakers, anything that requires clean edged yeah, just things with clean edges or like edge definitions. Like clothing, fabric, anything like that, you can utilize a cleaner base mesh, which is what I'm doing for the main tutorial series. But because this is hella organic and there's like lots of gnarly shapes to it, we can be a bit more liberal in our approach, where we now have like our base. I just want to get that right before we commit. Let's just bring that deck down as well. Yeah, we can be a lot more liberal with organic things because we're going to be able to go a bit crazy with them later on. How that neck looks a bit, I wouldn't, doesn't look very aesthetic. It's super long. Uh, this is kind of like, it's this stage where you want to get all of your proportions looking aesthetic as possible before you start going into details. And you don't have to be too, like perfectionist about it. Just kind of get it in there. I mean, that kind of works a bit better. Uh, okay. Don't have any reference to the backside of the jaw, so I am going to. Oh yeah, I forgot about you from earlier. It's a good reminder to hit Control S. um, and select these faces. Yeah, okay. I just go with these for now and insert them. It's not how I want those to be. Spread those out, make those a lot finer. And then again, I'm gonna not cheat a lot. I say cheat, but I always use relax. Relax is like my best friend in this because relax is always going to try and get you equal distance between all of your edges. Like and that's another thing, Pepe, like keeping things in quads. You can utilize the tools or rely on the mathematical tools a lot more to get cleaner results if your things have, specific edge flows and are quadified. So if I select these and cross that open, select them all, smooth these. Too much. 0.125. I think that'll work. Then I might just extrude this out. See what I just wanted to see how that looked. Because this is going to be supposed to be like the side of the jawbone, and we're anatomically not exactly working with. Bring all of this down as well. So yeah, this is kind of like once you've got your like foundation geometry down, this, I will do this. This will be like the final stage where you just go through and you want to be like, what am I going to manipulate in the next stage? And this is a thing, I guess. This is why in the tutorial series, I'm going to be covering theory and then technique, and then I'll kind of narrate a time lapse, and it's so that the theory is kind of explained, the reason why you're doing it, then the technique and the techniques in which they do it. So earlier when I kind of gave a demonstration of using the double subdivision and the crease, like the reason why you're doing that, and then the next stage is you need to know the next stage in order to prepare the current stage, if that makes sense. You need to prepare for the next element in the pipeline. And the reason I'm doing this is so that once you get to the sculpting area, you don't really want to have to redefine like a whole lot. You want to know that the bits that you're working with are in their 3D position. So therefore, you can kind of just go ham on all of the. You've got your primary. So there's the way to break it down is you've got primary forms, secondary forms, and tertiary. And when you get to the sculpting stage, you kind of want to touch up on your secondary forms, which would be like the thickness of the ears, the density of the brow. In this particular design, the teeth, the gums, and then the tertiary will be all of the gnarly details, like the holes out of the ear, the vines, those kind of cool wooden textures. That's kind of like the tertiary detail layer. So it's like primary, which is what we're doing now. Primary is completely, it's your forms, your proportions, the way that this is going to evolve into as the next steps go on, and then in the sculpting, it's going to be secondary and tertiary. And that's kind of like what I'm preparing for at the moment. It doesn't, and again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but you just want to know that you're not going to be completely changing up the canvas, before you get to that stage. So yeah, this bit can be quite faffy because you don't want to, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense.
No, yeah, definitely. And a lot of it's just like you're saying, getting used to like you're showing a certain way of building and playing around with each level helps you for the next one, And so no, I'm excited.
Yeah.
When are they coming out again? Is it end of the month or end of next month or?
No, no, no. I'm halfway through sculpting all of the clothing.
Oh, okay. So you're in that process. Okay, so it'll be a while.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna try and I wanted to get it a lot faster, but I'm dedicating the entire month to all of these resources. I'm also currently working on. I was asked by Shibu to create like animation slides and transitions so that when other people apply for the same thing to like do their own documentation or anything else like that, there'll be like a GitHub repo of like animation slides. So there's cohesion, so it'll be like DCL DAO, like creator tutorial, but it's kind of like a slide. And then I'll in that package there'll be like theory, and then there'll be technique, and then there'll be time lapse, and there'll a bunch of headers and everything that I'm kind of preparing at the moment. I'm just gonna bundle up and send over. And it's one of those things I need to talk to you about as well. With those kind of resources. Uh,
No, it's
but
exciting.
yeah, with this right now where it is, I'm kind of happy. I think like that thin neck going into the back, the weird contrived jawbone, it's kind of like a cool starting point. I mean, you can't see the top part here, which is a shame because I really like those parts of the jaw, but it's not a skull. It's a treant or a demon. So we'll bring this down and then we can play. Oh, I really want to get that detail in there. It's a part you can't really see. Oh, that's cool. That'll do. We'll get started. Yeah, that's a neater silhouette as well. Once you get those teeth in there, I like that wispy bit coming off the bottom. Uh, yeah, and that gnarly chin. This will do fine. Chin, just like mouth those lips. Let's get rid of proportional editing. It's very frustrating when you're doing symmetry. You accidentally leave proportional editing on. Don't notice. And then when you symmetry again, all of your stuff's off like it is. I can see all of those edge lines because I've used proportional. Heck. Right, there we go. Yeah, again, at center. Yeah, nice. And learning all the tool cuts, all the shortcuts even. Center, center. I think that's it. I just wanted to bring this out. It's like around the bottom of the drawing. Yeah, cool. All right, that'll do for the bottom jaw. Fix up this. I'll do a quick demonstration. I won't obviously keep it going because we'll go into the next part. But I did want to change up the supporting geometry for that nose as part of this section. But I think everyone's kind of bored of watching me like make these blockouts. So what I'll do is I will grab these, make sure I'm in object mode, grab, and I'll grab this reference mesh for the torso and the hands and export as an OBJ. Let's do a demonstration. Yeah, this will work. What we call on this one? Tree and demon. Yeah, demon. Base. This will work. Selected up. Only. Yes, fine. No. Okay, so I guess now if you are like if you've used sculpting inside Blender, I guess you could take these as bases and you could run it through that the voxel, so it revoxelizes your shape and you can smooth and go from there and start sculpting from there. But part of my process at the moment is this, and this is another thing. Like when I'm doing the sculpting, I'm making sure that I'm going to be able to, like I've done with 3D Studio Max, I want to be able to make sure that people can do this in Blender as well. So I'm going through all of like the brushes and the tool sets, and seeing how I can reverse engineer them for Blender, because this is you don't want to show a tutorial where people have to buy an expensive piece of software. Even though like ZBrush now is run on a subscription thing, and I think it's a lot more affordable, it's still just an additional cost, which is frustrating. Where are we at? DCR tutorial thumbnails. Oh no, I've lost my quick access. Decentraland, demonstration, tree and base. There you are. Right. So we brought this devil into ZBrush. Let's change up so we get a nice gloss. So yeah, I use the there's a very famous I guess an add-on pack, or it's not really an add-on pack. But there's a guy called Orb. I think his name is Michael Vincent. I'll have to find a link. Let me find a link for it. But someone has done a complete translation of these brushes into Blender as well. Find these.
Very cool.
Yeah, so there's a Gumroad, but you will take a look at the presets of what these stylized brushes do. Michael Vincent. And someone has done the hard job of basically repurposing these stylized brushes for Blender. So yeah, very, very helpful. With this neck, I mean, okay, so even though we're doing all the base topology and the base preparations for this head in Blender, I'm actually going to change up the neck forms now that I get a bit more fluidity, because now I can use, instead of using mouse, I can use my Wacom, and I can come in here and split two parts. Okay, that was a terrible mistake. I meant to split to the objects, but it's split where there was seams, so now it's completely broken, I think. So heck, I'm gonna have to start that again. Once you do this, by the way, in ZBrush, you can't undo. You have to create a new file. So yeah, that's why I'm trying to veer away. It's very, very complicated. New document. Right. Go with a sphere. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to body group auto, then I'm going to split two groups. Fantastic. Okay, so in ZBrush, this is called a subtool, and you can alt-click any of these components, and you go through them. And when you edit one, you don't manipulate the other. So it's very, very useful for like your different components and stuff like that. If you press B, it gives you the whole brush selection. I've got move topological, and this is why I like to keep things in quads. You can see here, like it's kind of like proportional editing. It just means you get to control and define everything instead of warping things, regardless of their topology. So you just get a bit more control. Like we can come in here, you know, symmetrize all of these proportions, get that lovely chin looking a lot more. So I'll bring the concept back up.
That looks so cool. So like ZBrush right now, you were saying how it got bought out, and then so what is the subscription fee?
I haven't had a look because I'm adamant that I'm not going to upgrade. I know they've got really cool features, but I'm just going to stick with my old persistent license one. But let me have a look right now. Actually, that's a good question.
So cool. Just watching you use it, I'm like, this is awesome. I want to play.
Look at the interface though. Like, I think this is one of the out of all the softwares that I've learned to use, ZBrush had the steepest learning curve. Like the interface is absolute chaos. Like trying to understand, like if you've never used one before, like load tool, sub tool, look at all of these sub menus. Yeah, it is a bit chaotic. So it's one of those things that I want to translate everything for Blender because this is like a whole other science. But ZBrush is also an industry used software. Like like pretty much all the studios use it. Um, so it's kind of like it's on the weighing scales. Do you commit to using that software, or is it worth relearning ZBrush? Let's have a look. Bye. Where are you? ZBrush is £26.90 a month, so that's probably about $32 a month.
Damn, I know everything is like after a while, like all of my subscriptions, they add up. If you haven't like
Yeah,
just
they yeah,
but like at this point,
chaos.
I need to start deleting my subscriptions. I have too many.
No, honestly, like even with like all of the AI tools that are coming out are all subscription based. Everything's a subscription. Hey, Grimy, how you doing, dude? Rent is a subscription.
Yeah,
Like everything is a subscription. Like,
you're right. It all
so
is.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Like yeah. If you have an accountant, friggin' it, everything. Well, I just kind of miss the old days of. I'm sounding. Oh no, I'm saying the old days. I mean, like, oh no, I mean like when there were like physical things for sale, like DVDs and like VHS, and once you bought something, you bought it and you could rewatch it. But now, if you want to rewatch something, you have to like subscribe to Netflix or
Yeah.
Amazon or something, some sort of monopoly. But anyway, I digress. Hey, Grimy dude. Just tuned in. We are making a crazy AI generated Treant Demon, which is further up in the chat. I'm just going to open it up on a different web. Open the link. Nice. Yeah, it's looking gnarly. All right, so I'm pretty happy with this, apart from the nose, which obviously I said earlier inside Blender, I wanted to come back in here and I wanted to give it. You can see here, this is terrible supporting topology. This is a good example of what's bad. You don't want a central line. And therefore, if you drag this out, we're already affecting the eye socket. We wanted to have an extra loop in there. We wanted to take the dependency of this edge loop away from the nose, and therefore, play with bringing the brow down. So what I'm going to do instead with this, even though we went through all of that effort, or like getting all this down inside ZBrush, they've got like requad tools, so you can go into remesher. And I'm going to just go keep the same detect edges. Actually, I might go half. And yeah, I mean, it's a bit ugly around there, but it's just remeshed. But now it's given us this is kind of what I would have done inside Blender for the nose, because now we can bring this out. And once we're happy with the proportions, so what I might do is I might just bring out the old clay tubes. Where are you? Clay buildup, actually. Clay buildup is just a nice way to kind of start layering out volume.
Nice.
So let's start looking at those brows and the way that they link in, and you can see here what down standard brush, which is kind of like a pinch. This is kind of like a pinch tool, and you know, because we've got this eye socket, we're playing with this eye socket. With this pinch, I can pinch where the eye socket starts to lead into the ear. So we're starting to get that. Everything at the moment now is about volume and how that starts to look. So I'm going to bring that down, jump back to clay buildup, start to build this part out again, which is it's going to be, don't want to smooth out. And then I'm going to actually get rid of this part, because this is where the teeth are going to sort of sit in. And then I'm going to bring that bit back. And you can start to see how the forms, you know, from like the concept, because we've got this base mesh, we're able to, like, you know, manipulate it in this way a lot faster than we would be if we were like bringing out a sphere. So right now I'm kind of playing with like what I call secondary volumes. We want to get that cheekbone leading into the ear. So I'm going to go back to move topology. I'm going to bring this one down, make it a little bit sharper. Nice. Yeah, there's that cheekbone popping out. And I'm going to go for a remesh by using double. And now we've got a lot more leeway. So we've just done a little bit of like reshifting. So that's where that nose is going to come down. And we want to really pull. Yeah, we're already on topology. So if you're inside the brush, and I think you can do the exact same in Blender, but you can mask off areas that you don't want to be affected when you're manipulating the mesh. I'm just going to pull this down because this is going to be where all the gnashy gums are going to be coming out. Sorry, eyeballs. Yes, bringing those gums. Yeah. What I've done. As if you can't do this to me, like that goblin. I just I've had too much caffeine. So just laughing to myself about Spider-Man references. Inflate, that is my best friend. Bring that up a bit. So we've got this cheekbone in the concept. This takes precedent over the side of the eye. Smooth out. I'm going to really bring that over. And then, so that's the side of the socket. And we've got this big old globular kind of volume. Let's get.
I'll be back in 2 seconds. Gonna grab some more caffeine.
No worries. So I've just added the sphere. Scale that bad boy down. No longer going to be looking like Pinky in the Brain. Right. Yeah, look at this. Yes. Get that eye in there. And then I'm actually going to duplicate it. Actually, I might make it a bit bigger. Duplicate. Make that bigger. And then I can remember the tools. Oh, Scott, damn it. There we go. And then Let's just try a simple erasing because we basically want an eyelid. We just want a bunch of mesh to play with an eyelid. Yeah, there we go. So that'll do for now. We'll clean this up afterwards. It's gonna look funky as heck for a hot minute. Nice. Yeah, that's gonna feed in. And then we're gonna have this part take over. Fix you up in a minute. But we want this volume. Currently got it a little bit funky where the eyelid's in. We just need this big. We need to go. So this is it. We don't want to be too scared about making mistakes and being too perfect. So just jump in with a big old clay build up. Yeah, get real heavy with that nose. And then you've got this top bit here. Proportions might be a little, I might want to drag this back a bit. It looks like the dome, like this, the way that this comes down, it might want to be brought up a bit. So if I go back to topology, expand it up a large amount, make sure symmetry is on, just. Yeah, okay. So yeah, like if you're back, I'm basically just focusing on secondary forms at the moment. You'll start to see it starts to look a bit hideous, yeah. Like, but you can see what
Little monster. Hideous in that way, not hideous.
that's true. Yeah, technically. That's yeah. Okay, so we'll feed up some volume here, and then we'll bring this feeding to the top of the ear where that big nugget is. Get that there. Yeah.
Like volume creation is not adding any actual.
At the moment, geometry. No, not at the moment. It's just pushing things out, and it's easier to do so when you've got less. Like, so the fact that this isn't high resolution, and like if I hold shift and I bring that down, can you see how it immediately like flattens? But if you have higher resolution, it takes a lot longer to get surface volume shapes like built up and everything else like that. So this is just a good way to like flesh out like your forms. I can see that there's like a bigger. It's kind of looking a bit hideous on the old symmetry side here, but we'll get that nose in there looking good in a sec. But again, like once I've made something like this, it looks real rank. But if we go back into geometry, go Z remesher, double. Now we can see we've got a lot more to play with. So it's kind of like, it's just about layering these things. Oh gosh, I accidentally went to sculptress mode. We don't want that. Yeah, I can't see the chat. So if anyone's asked any questions, I'm sorry if I ignored you. Yeah,
there's nothing. I have it open here. Cool. It's all good. Yeah, anyone, feel free to ask anything. I think we're all just mesmerized watching as well. So what happened right there?
I accidentally used it. I used the wrong brush. Basically, it was a terrible.
I don't know.
Absolutely terrible. All right, so let's go back to correcting this facial feature. So we've got this. I'm using the damn standard brush, which is kind of like a pinch tool, and I'm just going to drag this down where it's going to sort of come to the top of the nose, and we can see that lobula. Brush. So it does look hella funky when you're working with something of this res, but it doesn't start to make sense. I promise. Here we go. Get those. That's where the nose holes are going to be. We're going to like scratch that, and then we can start to see The eyes are obviously way too big and they need to be pulled back. And we've got some placeholder eyelids in there, which we'll be able to manipulate to a better effect shortly. But as for this major gloopy eye, we are going to damp standard this in, and that leads to the undercut of that. So I've got this kind of volume now. This is where you start to see like the emergence of the vine. We want to get that volume popping. And that comes down to the ear. God, starting to look a little bit crazy. So there's actually that cheekbone. I don't know if you can see the concept, but the way the cheekbone is quite extreme. You know, like where it leads into the ear. Like, and I think that's it's a real nice form that you want to try and capture as much as possible, bringing it into the shape.
Yeah, it's really cool. The teeth
Yeah,
and the
character.
cheekbones.
I think that will do for that. This we can just be a bit cheeky and bring that in. I wonder if bring up my vocal shift even. That's got like a tear in there. We'll cover the tear at another resolution. Let's bring up that volume. Try that again. Let's go for a double. So as you can see, like now we've got some extra geometry to like play with on the nose, and I'm just gonna start to really kind of concentrate on that. Looking hella hideous. Yeah, like
He looks friendly too. He looks like I might eat you or I might not.
I've, I don't know about that. Yeah, I guess like he's like I don't know, Bizarro Gizmo, if that can even be done. Crazy, crazy Gizmo. Uh, Wooden Treant Gizmo. And start cutting in these details. I mean, the cracks will need it like to get that nice kind of like bark effect we'll want at a higher resolution, but it's just nice to start getting that kind of shape in there. The middle bit looks like it's just a flat kind of surface. So let's pop that up a bit. So as you can see, like with as you start to higher the resolution, you can see that you get to the way that you manipulate kind of shapes and the forms like changes. Like you get a lot more leeway with more. These are technically still triangles, but even though they're quads, we can kind of softly adapt them and change them. Um, right, that nose piece is going to be a bit crazy, so let's focus on the eye, get the eye wrapped. The eye is very weird because it's like inset and there's this kind of like disc, um, like a disc like area. If I'm the way I'm looking at the concept, this part here, this part's kind of like round. Damn. Just want to get that bit kind of focused off. Let's try it as every mesh again. Oh, I accidentally hit double. We wanted the same. So that's another thing. Resolution, keep the resolution the same. Come back in here. Focus on getting that round shape. And then we can use S polish. Come in and flatten that. So this is like polishing. It's usually for hard surface kind of things, but you'll see it's got kind of like a hard surface look to the concept. And then with the topological, again, depending on the topology, we can just start to bring that up. Well, we've got that nice round shape, which is sitting atop the eye. That's the actual eyelid. That's what I've misconstrued. So I'm looking at the concept, and this part here is supposed to be on the eyelid. So what I'm going to do is need to play with the scale. Get rid of that. I might just delete this one for now. Scale this up. How that sits with the eye. Go back to this one. Bring all of this with the topology tool, just drag. So this becomes like the new eyelid. Gonna have to do some tuning up. To get that majorly above the eye. It's okay, it's not perfect, but hey, we can work with it. Theme. Morning.
So do you ever just start straight in here, or do you usually go blender then here, just because of the what we're creating it from
Well,
essentially for the block?
yeah, so like, yeah, the block out, I always, if it's for Decentraland, I always do the block out because, you could make something here and then like, you're just going to be mashing it onto like a neck. Sometimes like, I bring these in here so I can sculpt it into where
Yeah.
your dependencies are these vertices, like stitching it to the neck. So you've got to take that into consideration on where that detail and where that information is going to be kind of like coming from, and how it blends into the asset again.
Awesome.
Let's bring this down. I think this is the brow. The brow is close. It's close to finish, but it's not perfect yet. We're gonna just round that off, I think, and then this needs to be. It actually needs to be an eyelid, so we're gonna bring this down around the eye. So again, like it's gonna get real messy, but it will hopefully work out for the best when it's finished. Yep. And then we need to build all of this up like a big old wonderful piece of eye. All right. Yeah, it's gonna be converted. Leading back into the nose. You can start to see the shape coming together now.
Mm-hmm. It's so cool.
And then want to get that roundness back. So as you can see here, because the shapes, the flow of the edges here, like when you're sculpting, this is something, if you were to be doing faces about 10 years ago, you would want to make sure that your topology like helped you. Like this is fighting me, I'm trying to make like a round nose, like, and you can see here, this point here is fighting that flow. So that's why it's really helpful to have this remesher tool, but back then this didn't exist. So thank heck technology keeps getting better. Yeah, so that we've I'm just going for a double now because I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, let's go with an inflate brush. Where are you? Try and bring this out. Yeah, we're getting there. Starting to see them forms come together. Let's get that nostril definition. It's an interesting nose. I quite like that actually. Like, I don't know where the heck AI, where these inspirations come from, but it's quite a cool little idea to have kind of like a tubular root or something. It's nose. Damn stand, yeah, damn standard. We're gonna carve into that. Yeah, and also you'll notice like I'm being rather delicate. I'm not like gouging like bits out there. Like just it's because you're kind of working with the topology that you have as you level it up and as you load it up. Um, so you kind of want to just focus on the forms, like the said earlier. I was focusing on the secondary forms for this particular part. Um, and yeah, you don't have to be like a heck. Like I'm always watching tutorials and always like trying to like learn the stuff. And I think you just be soft with it, and you kind of get results a lot faster and a lot more, in a controlled manner. Like some stuff. So you watch some people online, they're like, "You just do this, and then rah," and it's like, oh god, I just these like I have no idea what the heck's going on. So yeah, just go like if you're playing with this, I think very similarly inside in Blender. Just go nice and soft with it, and you'll start to get these forms and stuff a lot faster and with a lot more control than just going like ham and being you know digging a big old trench out or something. All right, let's check in with this design. The nose needs to be pulled out for the I don't know what to call that bit in the middle. Is it a septum? Yeah. So yeah, the topology there is it's kind of fighting me. It's very frustrating. Um, but we will work with it. That'll do. Leading into the eye. Let's bring this up. Bring it back a bit. Let's go with the old inflate. Pop out this eyelid. Yes, look at that form. Nice. And with the Damien standard, hold Alt. If you hold Alt on a pinch, it kind of like it brings all of the edges to like it reverse pinches, so it brings them together like in an external way, so you can kind of start to define edges by pinching those lines together. So starting to that goes up there. And that leads to the nose. Nice, starting to look like the freaking thing. It feels like like earlier, like when I was saying, it's like half the time when I start these things, I'm like, is this even what the heck am I doing with my life? This looks nothing like what I'm wanting to make. And then as you start to just kind of like follow those steps of, they are baby steps. Things start to just kind of come together. Very happy with how this channel. Let's do another remesh, but keep it the same. See if that gives us a bit more freedom. Hasn't really helped us, but whatever. Let's go for it for now. This top brow, we've kind of got this circular. It's really annoying because we've kind of got like this vine, and I wanted to add the vines on at the end, like a tertiary detail, but it's kind of
That's so cool.
kind of
What do you
plays
use
into
a
the form.
stylus or a mouse? You said your mouse died though, right? You use it.
Yeah, so so with the previous one, with when I was working in Blender, I use mouse and I do everything technical. I use a mouse, and then when it comes to, I mean, even though this is technical, if it's freeform, organic, and sculpting, yeah, I use a stylus. Let's start fleshing that mouth out a bit. Yeah. Let's gammy ashes. Teeth are actually so much fun to make.
I love like drawing teeth and claws. I think.
Oh yeah, it's so good. Very aesthetic. Yeah. Let's get that. Okay. Let me just quickly, with this eye, modify topology, give it the opposing side. Nice. All right, so the mouth, you can see the mouth here isn't symmetrical.
Yeah.
The teeth are not symmetrical. So what the part of the process now is like focusing on doing as much as you can in terms of what needs symmetry. And then once we're happy with it, duplicating it so you've got a backup, and then we'll start to do um, asymmetrical changes. So on the top of the skull, it's kind of like this really cool build up. And sugar, keep hitting the wrong mouse orbit control button.
This will be a cool VRM too, you know?
Yeah, well, that's it. So like, with this flow at the end of it, you'll have all of the once I've done the retopology, yeah, you'll have the assets to chuck it in, and repurpose for VRM, and it could be a bad guy, it could be whatever. It's freedom. You've got the freedom with the assets once you've done it. I'm not liking how like flat-headed, like it's very flat-headed now as I've built. So I'm just going to come in with the topology tool and drag that up, and I'm going to bring that back of the noggin back. There we go. Right. Getting back on track. It looks kind of like I'm just looking at the top there, and this is way too chunky. So I'm going to bring this down. That's more following the flow. Nice. Got a nice round bit there. Let's go inflate again. Hit the wrong button. Don't delete everything, please. No, I don't want to do that. Gosh. Done. But yeah, like I'm trying to think. When it comes to Decentraland, like I've done this process a couple of times, and I think if you saw, did you catch the Ben Bridge clock mascot? Um, so it was like a little man standing outside a jewelry shop, and he was like had a little clock head. It was for like it was fashion week, and let me just want to get this part done. Sorry about that. Like my brain is like, yeah, say some stuff, and then also like, no, I need to focus on the work. Yeah. So that.
Like, look at that, look at this. Look at this, like a little kid, like a little
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah.
Don't forget what I said.
Heck. Yeah, no, so with that particular character, if people are familiar, like it's that started off very technical, like it was hard surface, like the head is an old clock. So there's like um real hard edge kind of pieces, like really blocky and uh oh, this part's funky. Yeah, really hard edge. But then it also had like a little outfit, with like fabric folds, all of that kind of stuff, like a lot of pinch points. I'm going to be covering pinch points and cloth kind of rules in the tutorial series as well, because that's a very important one. I mean, it depends obviously on the style. I think some people tend to you can use a cloth simulator like or Marvelous Designer that does fashion garments, digital garments. It simulates gravity and gives wrinkles and stuff based on simulates the actual materials the um, of the fabrics. So like the elasticity and all that kind of stuff, and then it gives you cloth folds based on what you provide it, the avatar you provide it with, and everything else like that. But then there are kind of noticeable things where if you're doing that kind of work, it can be way too crinkly. So like if you're making something for Decentraland like this, we want to be focusing on these large forms that translate. We don't we're for this particular piece, we're not going to be doing wrinkles. We're not going to be doing, pores, going in and adding pores and stuff to the skin because those kind of details aren't going to be, they don't pop well on like a stylized thing. And especially with, an asset production pipeline that has particular limitations in texture resolution and everything else. So in the tutorial, we're going to be covering like, if you do like a cloth simulation using a T-pose, all the gravity brings the stuff down on your arms, as your character's teed out, so your arms are out side by side, kind of like this T pose here. When you do like cloth sim, all of the gravity drags all the wrinkles and stuff as if your avatar is holding that thing down. So kind of like some of the best results like you see in video games is where they tend to have these in an A pose, so there's arms down, and when the arms are down, you get a particular pinch point that arises on the top of the shoulders, the delts, where the delts are, because if you look at the clothes that you're wearing now, where the gravity hits and the tension of the fabric goes down your arm, you'll see a particular point on the shoulder where that's now where the tension caused by your body being there is now causing a particular fold where the gravity and everything else of it flowing down your arm. As if you do the simulation here, everything is kind of flat, and it's the same with the elbows. Um, it's there are like all of these kind of like weird little rules that help the mind, like the subconscious of your mind. They pick them up. Well, I mean, not I don't hardly everyone. I doubt everyone's going to be like, yo, what the hell, that cloth looks wrong. But there's that subconscious thing of, and it's a very particular, it's a big trope in environment art. One of the crazy things that they say about environment artists is, how do you know you're a good environment artist? And it's no one notices your work, because usually the mind's eye only picks out things that don't make sense. Like like so if it's bizarre, like, and it's quite a shame, because I think environment artists are like the unsung heroes. Like I just smashed Starfield, which was fantastic, and like I absolutely love Starfield. I love sci-fi. But those guys, the environment artists that worked on that game, absolutely phenomenal. Like I was just walking around like an absolute idiot, just staring at all the panels, like just like wow, wow.
I think I've seen it, like,
Yeah.
how long has that one been out?
I dropped like 5 days ago, I think.
Oh, really? Okay, I'm thinking of a different one, because I 'cause I've seen so many
Yeah.
people, like, talk about different huh, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, and they use like they use like these amazing techniques, which I find like the technical innovation to try and get what they call like a bespoke surface. Like what we're doing now. When we're finished with this, the particular details that we bake into texture map, it's locked in. You know, you're not going to be able to use this texture for something else. I mean, that's we're super duper smart with the texture that we bake. It's one to one. You know, it's bespoke. It's locked in on this particular thing, and that used to be the case for like environment props. And now there's like these crazy techniques where you can have like overlapping tangent normals on decals. So now you can just focus on making like the underside and then stamp on all of these lovely bolts and add in these like kind of bevels, which make it look like a completely new surface in the game, but it's using one texture. You know, like all of that kind of stuff. I love that kind of nerdy. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
I worked many years ago in a traditional animation studio, but they also had the web team, so they
Oh,
did
awesome.
3D and they did 2D. They did, all the cartoons for different, and networks on. But yeah, it was fascinating just to geek out, especially with the 3D animators. A lot of my friends ended up working at places like Industrial Lights and Magic, Pixar, and
Oh,
I got
wow.
to visit.
Yeah, that's rad.
Well, I got to visit Pixar, not Industrial Lights and Magic. I wish I could have gone there too, but like, holy shit, was it like so cool? And my friend, all she did was the textures. She worked on,
Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, that's so
yeah,
sick though.
yeah, I agree. I was like, she was the
Unsung heroes. Yeah, straight up. Uh, I, I think for this particular, for like focusing on the face, because obviously I don't want to. We're already way over budget on the time. Is anyone left? Is it just us? Like,
oh, it's like
oh snap!
all these hardcore. I think it's like I mean seriously, this is what I do on my weekends. I listen to watch tutorials. Usually what I'll do is like, have the tutorial on one window and just I'm actually following along exactly. But here I'm just enjoying it.
It'll be. I'm hoping it. You know, it's one of those things like you set off on the adventure and you just hope it looks good at the end of it.
It's been awesome to watch your process.
Yeah, I think yeah, I don't know. I think that's nah. Let's come back to it. Uh, basically, want to get that. There's like a circular form in that concept, and I just want to set the blueprint for it. I'll come back to it later because it's got like a nice fine piece. Circle, and my wrist can only do a certain movement. Right, there we go. Let's go. This is also my mate and my business partner. He will do this in Photoshop. He'll be like trying to get the most perfect line swipe, and it'll just be Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Really, I could just go slower. If I just went slower, like take my own advice from earlier.
Yeah, allow yourself to
Look
make
at
some
that.
mistakes.
Yeah, look at that. So much friggin' easier to like have control if we go a little bit slower. I think yeah, that'll do. I quite like. We'll come back to it later. Um,
These are creatures. They're not perfect. Nothing's
give
symmetrical
it some volume.
in
Yeah, nice. Okay, come back to it later. But we got something in there. It's kind of name standard again. Give some more pronounced. Oh dear. Let's go focal shift.
We've been around here so long, we're gaining people again.
Yeah,
If you took a break or like, we're still at it, man. You still
yeah, let's do it.
you're doing the marathon. Today's a marathon sesh.
This is it. All right, let's pinch this skin of the ears in a little bit. I think that works. Um, yeah, well, I mean, with the back of the head, uh, let's get that volume in. Ears look massive. That's really, you know what, I might be a bit cheeky and come out of perspective. Yeah, I mean, that works. I'm just kind of like I've got the concept open on the other screen, and then I'm like looking at I'm trying to get the same view lined up, see how it's kind of looking. Start on this jaw now. Here we go. So yeah, like you see, earlier, like why I keep things in quads. Like now when I'm using this, like just it's a lot nicer to just kind of shift
Mm,
things about.
for sure.
Yeah. And instead of having to like conjure it out of a sphere, drag it out, redeploy it, like all of that kind of stuff. You're kind of eyeballing. You're eyeballing major, like even though you're always kind of eyeballing, relying on your observational skills, like observational drawing, all that kind of stuff. You're kind of yeah. Let's bring that. God, look at this absolute demon! Right, it's crazy looking. Um, yeah, that needs to be brought in a lot more. But I like that kind of hard edge root, snaggled root. Get a nice curve coming out of that. So now we've got to think about like where the jaw, it's kind of like a weird snake jaw. Um, how that jaw aligns and like where this particular where that would sit. I mean, it is again, it's a wooden tree end. I don't have to worry about too many particulars. But I always like to bring it back to the source. Like how would something like that work? Looking at the original, how a jawbone sits in that little cavity and relies on the muscles go up and down, blah blah blah. Um, yeah, nice. Let's pull these lips out. So this is why we wouldn't need those at that edge flow. And then, so as you can see here, like I just don't have enough topology now for when I'm, the types of forms that I'm starting to work on. So with the base mesh that we've made, I'm going to be focusing on getting that primary form as close as possible, moving on to secondary forms. And when the secondary forms prove too much with the geometry that we've made, what have I done? Oh, I've changed the intensity to too low. Lovely. Yeah, okay, that kind of works. Got like that inner jowl, little lip overlap. I think that'll do. And let's just bring that back part down because I do want to fashion some sort of like gullet, like an esophagus where the mouth opening, just so we can justify the tongue starting point. Let's bring that. It doesn't matter. Okay, we're gonna. Yeah, okay, that'll do. Let's bring this up. And I think now is the time that we start to increase the resolution. Pull this down. Friggin' chin. Epic. Epic. Okay. And yeah, crazy AF.
Definitely
Get them
need to
teeth and neck.
be on your side of the force, you know?
Is this like snaggletooth yoga?
And once the teeth come in, holy moly, it's gonna be.
Jowling. That's good. It's quite difficult where there's the lip overspill with this little geometry. So I think now I'm quite happy with where it sits at the back. We can marry it to where that neck is now, and then fashion a gullet, and then we'll add a big old tongue, and then we'll stick. I'm gonna pull that back. Real nasty with this. It's not. Yeah. Whatever. We'll make it look nicer afterwards. So let's go back to remesh. Let's go for a double and keep detect edges. Nice. Okay, it gives us a bit more to work with. So let's bring this. I don't want to get that kind of bottom lip spilling with those teeth. Those like teeth kind of like spiral out. 1 second, I've been sitting here sculpting or like modeling so long that it's got dark outside, so I need to put the light on so I can access a beverage for 1 moment.
We need the elevator music now. Now is when you add.
Yeah.
I put it on right now. You come back.
Nice. I'm back. Oh,
the short mission. Do you hear it?
No.
I think it's just for me. Well, the recording will have it, so.
No, nice. All right, I'm back. Let's go. It was, pedal to the metal. Let's go. It's a marathon.
Yeah, you got the hardcores are here. Everyone's loving it. Sculpting. Still watching. Hardcore 3 hours in.
Jesus. All right. Apologies. I hope it's worth it. At the end. All right. Get this all part of the process. All right.
The whole time once you get the bonus gift, right? The rest.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
On here, I have your footage. I know who's here. Here, I think almost everyone here.
Hell yeah.
Join in the end. You're still here longer than anyone else.
Yeah. So again, this bit branching out, it's real. It looks real nice and smooth. Like bark-like on the concept. But we're gonna have to bring up that supporting geometry so that it can flow a bit better. Yeah. And also, like the remesher inside ZBrush isn't like it's not one thing fixes. It doesn't fix everything. It can actually be quite. See, like where these edges are. Like this is nasty. Like this is not ideal for what we're looking for. So often it's kind of like get the forms that we want, remesh, get the forms that we want, remesh, get the forms that we want, remesh, and then like kind of try it. You can either do like a complete, like honestly, there are some people that I know who work in the industry. They will do this process. They will work on a high resolution reference mesh in what you might consider like one of the nastiest ways possible. But at the end of it, they will retopologize the entire thing from scratch once they've got all of the sculpted details, and they will do it so that it's all quads and that it's all like clean.
Yeah, those were the videos I was watching this weekend. That's what he was showing, like different methods that included.
Yeah. Right. So we got that form back there, which is supposed to be the I can't remember what it's called, the Angela. Can't remember the name of that nugget on the jaw. Let's bring that in. It needs to be way more extreme. Because the main thing we want is that silhouette, the way that it looks, when you see, yeah, there we go. That's round enough. That's what we wanted. So when you see it, you see that kind of roundness. Like we don't care about the other stuff right now. And then making sure that kind of stays. Yeah, that'll do. Back to the pinch, damn standard. Or I think in Blender, because again, I'm still on that journey of like trying to transpose all of these tools and techniques to Blender. It's a pinch. It's a form of like using a pinch tool to bring all of this down. This topology's actually helped quite a lot because I can just follow that line, and we've got the nice jowly top of the lips.
I think I might go grab a sandwich for a second. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Nice. No worries. I was still cracking on. Oh, good. Oh, good.
Don't get me out of the running for watching the whole
No,
time.
no, not at all. Not at all.
I make everyone a virtual sandwich. 2 sandwiches for you for everyone who's here gets a wearable sandwich in my lunchbox. What is it? The CBD? Was it the CBD lunchbox what was it? That for the mesh or was that ABC? I think CBD. The lunchbox for the I think it was the what is it? The music thing. The True Band.
My brain is doing a blank. Yeah, it's running a blank.
It was the True Band event fundraiser thing.
Oh,
The 24-hour thing, right?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think.
Or oh, I know I know
Oh,
somebody in the audience.
nice.
I'm just like brain farting right now.
I think that's my state of existence.
To the point
Brain
I need
fuck. Yeah, go and chop a nice sandwich. Yeah, nice and nice sunny.
minutes. I'm leaving the recording. It's still going. My computer hasn't crashed
Nice.
yet. So if I disappear, it's like my computer said no more. I tap out.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Right, that's that. Let's get them gels. And then let's bring this down on the inside. Isolate. There you go. Yeah, them teeth are going to be going in. Lovely. Some pretty weird looking human teeth in there. Might, for artistic purposes, just leave them out. Artistic discussion. I like how this is looking. It's kind of like a snaky mouth. Or I might cut this down. And the insides can be gums. Right, let's bubble up. Nice, look at that. Friggin' butt chin. Let's get in there. And come back to that. Oh, that's looking good. Let's do a nice bit of inflate this particular nodule of the jaw. Inflate, I'm sure the majority of you are aware, but inflate basically takes all of the vertice points and it pushes them out on their angular tangents. So, like, whatever face they are pointing in, they will all go out in a unanimous, shared, like that kind of direction. Um, and it's very helpful for like adding volume and stuff to your pre-existing. I often have to use it to correct uh, like topology after doing like a remesh or something because it will starts to take away a mesh that you need. So you'll go in there and get it back. Let's track this out. I mean, that's starting to look crazy. I might use it inflate on sides. Yeah, around that. Yeah, nice. Same standard. We'll come back for you. Looking jolly. Getting there. For whoever's still watching. I hope this isn't as crazy as my brain's making it look out to be watching this. Well, hopefully it'll look cool. Yeah, it's starting to look gnarly. That's rounding off. Let's bring that in a bit. I want to kind of get those rooty details on that particular part. So it's kind of small. Like the jaw itself is kind of small. It could do with a bit of thickening. So let's check our deformations. That's way too much. Oh, that's cool. No, silhouette. But I think it does. It looks small, but I think that's kind of like what the design is offering. Yeah, and it won't look so crazy when we've got teeth coming out. But there is something quite skinny about that jaw. I might have to just drag it out for the bite. That'll have to do for now. I think I might just give it like an inflate of 4.5. Maybe another 0.1. That'll do. We'll come back to it. We'll fix it up later. Let's give it another. Double that remesh. I mean, the proportions are kind of here. They're still holding on. Like that looks terrible. Like that tends to what happens if you have like a triangulated edge. You start to pinch when everything else is soft, and this is just because with the remesh, the auto remesh tool, as much as it is helpful, just takes away all control that you have over those aspects. It's very frustrating, but hey, right, let's play with the neck. Let's just straight up remesh this. Adapt target polygons. See what happens. Oof. Terrible. I'm going to use this Dynamesh, which is basically the same as the revoxelizing tool that you get inside Blender. Runs a projection. Yeah, there you go. And it basically converts. I mean, yeah, look, there's triangles in there and everything. But once you've done that, it's a lot easier to remesh from. Yeah, nice and clean. So yeah, from that basic primitive, I've now got a nice kind of stock face mesh to work with. That jawline. Whoa. Nice one.
My sandwich is heating up. I'm making a melted sandwich with yummy, so I decided to come back in here and enjoy the show.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like talking to myself and yeah. uh, let's go with this. I'm trying to like make the back part of it more aesthetic and
like blending into each. Yeah.
yeah, kind of like. I mean, it doesn't look great at the moment.
Like a monster would have weird muscles back there.
Good point. Yes. Let's expand that to fit the DCL
Got,
neck.
The
neck
football
up.
player neck, the non-existent.
No bed straps. Yeah, yeah, we'll make it kind of like gnarly and trienty. I think the main thing is the necks, all of our necks kind of like have a bend in them, don't they? Like they're never really straight.
I know now I'm feeling the back of my neck. You're right.
Yeah. It's just my, oh wait, mine's going off to the left. It's just my scoliosis. Help me. That's all.
The stranger this will get.
Yes, you're right. Okay. I mean, that's looking like Green Goblin-esque. You know, that's cool. You know,
That's what it is. I can't forget about my sandwich. If I smell burning,
oh,
I'm just
yeah.
I have a
Is there a
timer.
fire alarm
I have
going?
a timer because it's upstairs and so I'm downstairs. So I
Oh yeah.
have to watch out.
All right. Okay. I'm kind of like just checking in with where we're at. I did a pass on the jaw. Kind of happy with it. Started like with like the lip jowls and stuff. We've got the main head volume. We've got the kind of forms in there. They're not perfect, but they're waiting. They're ready for us to kind of like go in further. Got the ear in there. The ear needs a bit of work, but I consider the stuff that's going on in the ear probably it's very like tertiary details. We'll make that pass in a second, and I might even bring up some. It's really good if you're dealing with like fantasy concepts and stuff like that. Not to ever just go, oh, that'll pass because it's like fantasy and stuff. But look at like a whole bunch of like I'm going to go over the ears, and I'm probably just going to go on Google and type in human ears, and just look at a shitload of ears and see what kind of features we can get to trick the mind into believing
Cool.
those kind of things. The nose. Yeah, this really needs to come out a bit to make it a prominent point. And another thing as well is uh, these details. The more prominent we can get some of them to like pop, the more they will stick out when we bake them into the texture. We don't want them to be like overly detailed, but we want the forms to like pop with distinct contrast between the volumes because that's what really makes the textures pop at the end.
Okay, I'm gonna check on my sandwich. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Hope it's good. Let's do that. Heck, that nose is looking like a little soccer ball. I need it to like flow out like a tube. It's not looking very. Need to increase the resolution of this eye. Bring this, just making the eyelid mesh more kind of ready to fight other details going in, like pinching or when we up the resolution. Because if you let these kind of areas go soft, when you remesh, these will just flatten out, and you lose that um, supporting geometry that you need for those details. All right, that's looking kind of closer. Whatever. Come back to that. Make it chunky. Let's start hacking with some teeth. I am not liking this joint. Absolute snake mouth. Let's come to this. Oh. All right. not what we want. Let's go half. And let's polish by groups. Nice. It's okay. We have what we have. We work with what we've got. Right, it's some crazy looking creature. Let's go. Right, that's the jaw. I'm just going to commit with this. This head looks gnarly head. Let's start hacking away. I think I can get away with some base symmetry to begin with. Start silhouetting out where those teeth are going to sit in place. There's like this kind of like crazy big circular one going on there. We've got this knot. We've got two stubbies. Yeah, we'll make those asymmetrical at the end. And we've also got this kind of little cavity. You've got to just leave that little dip there. Gonna have to make that nose way more tubey. And I think you can do that. God, topology. Awful. We'll fix you later. But yeah, we've got a good sign off.
I'm back with sandwich.
Yo, yo.
Yummy, crunchy sandwich.
What have you got going on?
Melted pepper jack, crunchy melted sandwich. It's good.
Right. I think I'm going to just give this a couple more like large forms, and then we'll go on to a tertiary pass. And I'm also going to start adding teeth. And I'm also going to start adding those crazy horns on the top of the head. Right, I think, yeah, that'll do for the. Yeah, deal with it. We'll make it better once we've got a bit more resolution. Right, so we're good with that. We've got the gnashes just kind of slowly blocked out. The bottom jaw is not. I'm not a fan of the bottom jaw at all. I don't know. I'm hoping when I get the teeth in and they're pointing out at a different angle that it doesn't look so friggin' bad. But I'm not a fan of it aesthetically.
Yeah, I think the
That's okay. Yeah. Let's just bring these up. Right, so that'll have to do. Yeah, that topology is terrible, but if the worst comes to worst, I'll just shove a cylinder in there and fix it up. So we don't want to get too caught up on these things. because we've just spent whatever time kind of blocking out the actual shape of the protruding brow, the nose, and that kind of stuff. The ears kind of look, yeah, they're sitting there. I might just bring that shape, focus on that shape. It's kind of got like a nice point on the lower thing, and then it's got a jagged pinch. Uh, yeah. And as you can see, like that topology is heinous. When we retopologize, it should be okay. The retopology tool in this, the remesh, it does fight you. It fights you a lot, and it can be very frustrating, but at the same time, it's very freeing. And like I said, like back in the old days, you had to make sure that you had all of this prepared so that you could just do a subdivision. Like this is a divide. And if you look at now, it's doubled, and you had to get all of your detail out of like what you were using here. So it's a lot better to be able to remesh, but it can just be it can also be a pain. The same. Let's go for a double. Let's double up once more. And I think there is a point that when you start to right now, look at that. That is dreadful. And that's just using the automated, aspect. But it does give us. I was able to put that kind of kink in the ear. We'll come back to that in a bit. Just trying to think about the actual character's face. Yeah, we really want to just push as much of that as possible. Yeah, that looks like a nice strong form now. Kind of get those fine together. Bring that out. Okay. It's got this cheekbone kind of thing going on here. I'm going to jerk up a bit. Really do like that form. Pull this out because I'm going to carve into it when I up the resolution. But for now, I think that'll do. Yeah, quirky cheeks. And so now we increase the resolution again. We get, even though you can see all of these kind of the edge flows fighting each other, we're starting to really move in from the secondary forms of the proportions and everything else like that into the tertiary. So as we increase the resolution, we can start working on how the eyelid feeds into the top of the brow. So front on, you can't see that it feeds in, but the eyelid feeds in. all of this kind of like these nice additional details we can start to lean into. Um,
So when it comes to, I was talking to myself. I realized I was muted. So when it comes to like what you can actually notice in Decentraland wearable, like that's where
mm,
like the texture, like where you're texturing really the coloring and everything you add really will make help accentuate that, or
it's so you see like these forms here.
yeah, that's what helps
Yeah,
right there.
yeah, that this particular point, when I increase the resolution again, I'm going to go in again. I'm going to make sure this line is completely. So therefore, when there's lighting that rides over the circular surface here, that will be preserved in the texture, and then that's what's going to make that edge pop in the engine, because otherwise you're not going to get those kind of details. And this is also part of this pipeline is that the, the each step is incredibly important, but at the same time each step has very, very important things, but at the same time, the most important part, I think, once you've got to your final high resolution, is your high resolution reference, because
Hmm.
this is where you're going to capture all of your information, all of your data. This is it's the final one. But then, obviously, I mean, that's why every stage is important. You can have like the most, the best looking high resolution, whatever. But then, if it doesn't animate properly, or if it's all of this kind of stuff, it's all of these elements work in tandem. Um,
Yeah,
they
so
all,
exciting. Product of life.
yeah, me too. Yeah, so I'm always like, oh, this better look good when I'm finished.
It'll look awesome.
Nothing worse than like putting all that, sweating into it, and then at the end of it, like, oh god, this look pants. I think that was like,
Like you said, that's part of the learning, right? So I
yeah, absolutely.
look
There we go.
that's, but still, it's like
Yeah, yeah.
for us newbies to try attempting to do something similar, it's definitely going to be a bunch of like, wah,
Well,
wah, right? Like as we learn.
no, no, that's the thing. So, see, like, you see what I'm doing here? Like this, like it can look so like, oh god, it's so slow. Oh my god, and you want the results or whatever, but we managed to get this far in one session. Like
Yeah.
we're almost this. You know, we've managed to replicate kind of like there are obviously like particular things that we're going to have to deviate from the concept AI generated. But we're getting somewhere with it, and the next stage is like this is what I'm hoping is that like with this process, because this isn't like I said, like this isn't the only one I want to do of these. I want to do once the first tutorials up, and I'm preparing the materials for the second series. I want to start doing these once a week so that people who follow the tutorial
Yep.
can come and tune in. Like if I do like maybe if I do 10 sessions after the launch, people can come and tune in. And if there's like particular questions, as well as obviously they can hit me up on Discord. But they can kind of see like fresh, especially that's kind of the fun of like doing these designs with like community, is that you can see that it came from like something scratch. It's not like here's one I prepared earlier. It's
Yeah.
like one that we've all kind of sat in on and gone through the process. And I think like once you see like I was saying earlier, I think one of the most daunting uh, parts of learning 3D is just like wanting to get a certain result, but just not knowing how to get from A to B. And a lot of that information is kind of gated behind what I would call engagement bullshit now. Sorry, my language. Engagement, like people making videos like on YouTube that don't explain the theory of
Yeah.
what they're showing you, but they just get you from A to B real quick so that an artist can then go on and mimic. They're mimicking. They're not really understanding, the theory of the process and what comes with that. And that doesn't arm them. It doesn't equip them to go forward and be able to stand on their own and develop on their own. If you well, it kind of does, because obviously a lot of mimic people following tutorials, they will mimic because they know the style, they get to the end thing, and then it's down to them to just keep experimenting and exploring and learning. They'll learn their own kind of ways of
That's why I love
getting from A to B.
live stream sessions like this.
Oh yeah,
Like it's like then you get into that nitty gritty, but there's definitely more, like you were saying, it's more catered to hopefully, having more watch time and that kind of stuff. But definitely like
yeah. So
format, playlists. I love things that are like, I can watch for the next month and learn a sequential in depth, of what I'm trying.
absolutely, and also like just I think it's like I said, like one for me, I learn from. I've always tried to think, how do I learn? Am I a doer? Like some people learn by doing, some people learn by reading and watching. um I'm kind of like, there are some aspects or like some techniques that for me, for some reason, it's, if I can read something and then I get to see an example. Like, so I read the theoretical breakdown of, like, say like a specific technique and how normal maps are used and all that kind of stuff. And then I get to see like the final result. If I'm able to, now it becomes my challenge to me to like reverse engineer.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, okay, how do I get from like there? How do I get from, like, and if you don't know, if someone just shows you their result and they also just say, oh yeah, we get here by doing a baking pass or whatever like that. Well, if they don't show you what a bloody baking pass is, or they don't explain
Totally.
like what baking is and how, there's even rules within baking, like, and
Oh,
also unwrapping for baking. There's all of that kind of stuff that they just don't go over.
that's
It's
why I
just
go down
so frustrating.
hole after rabbit hole. It's like, what the hell is that? And I watch tutorials on that. Then I can build up to the level, and then I move 1 minute into that tutorial. They say something else I don't understand, and I go watch tutorials on that.
Exactly.
It's like that back and forth of, because if you don't understand that basic concept, then it's like you said, you're not going to really understand what the hell you're learning.
Well, I think I think what I'm hoping at the end of this series is that it will help people that have previously potentially felt defeated,
Mhm.
on that journey. I'm hoping this will just be like, this is how you do every part of the step. This is how you do everything. And if there's any particular thing, like I'm always, I was chatting with Shibu, I'm always going to be updating it as well. If there's a specific things, like one of, for instance, this process. I want to get this whole process of what I'm doing now. I want to get this nailed in Blender, so that I can just, completely go over, how to go about that. So people don't have to rely on like ZBrush. But at the same time, like what I'm doing now is I'm relying on the tools that ZBrush has.
Mhm.
But it's still a technical process that can be transposed to Blender. You don't need ZBrush to do what I'm doing technically. Um, you can use the sculpting tools in Blender to do all this.
But it's still cool to see. I mean, the process, it might be a particular tool, but like the general idea and the process is still the same. Like,
Yeah,
it's gonna
yeah,
be.
essentially. Let me just. I'm going to leave this again because I want to up the resolution of the geometry before I go into this further detailing. But it's kind of there. It's getting there. Just whoop. Yeah, whatever. We'll come back to it. What have we got left on the ear? The ear. We've got these forms. Let's dive in here. Dive in here. Ear. Dive in here. No, okay. All right. Let's.
This is what I
Sorry, that's my horn.
or I work that
Yeah, no, I know. I just cracked open an energy drink. We're ready. Let's go.
break too. I can listen to elevator music and everyone says, okay, mandatory elevator music
Um,
time.
I'm fully in. I'm in now. This is it. This is like a gym session. The
A long ass.
mindful matter. Let's go. Yeah.
It's like we're burning all the year's calories today.
Right. We're kind of just fleshing out the pinched edges on that ear. I think that'll do fine. It leads into that kind of weird cheekbone area. When I remesh this again, we're kind of going to lose those details, but we'll get like some minor indentations. I really don't like this jaw whatsoever. I can't stand it. Right, let's
So
come
what
back
about
to
it do you
here.
not like? Just curious. Like it's just
It's just,
short.
yeah, it just, it's like a snake jaw, but there's no skin. It's just like a couple of twigs like stuck together, but um, it needs, it doesn't feel cohesive yet. I'll make it make sense in a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes more sense if it doesn't feel cohesive to your vision.
yeah, it's like visually, it's like just glued on jaw. Um, let me
Okay, I
just.
get that. I see that. Okay. I was just curious because I don't know what I know what I see, but I was curious what you see.
It's just join that in there. I'll be able to carve into that in a bit because I really want to get onto the, not the next stage, but the fun part. Um, and let's. How's that head shape looking? God, it still looks like a brilliant. It's walnut. Right, let's freaking hideous. Right, I love it. Okay, so we've got these kind of like horns, right? Um, you can see in the concept. I don't know. Let me just separate this out
Here, I'll
and
paste it
bring
here.
this over onto my screen.
I just put it in the chat too.
You see, so approaching these kind of forms, these horns and these details. This is a great example for me to show off like a particular use of that technique I was showing earlier. But can you see how it's like a blade, almost like a stylized blade that you could use in a game or something like that? And this one in particular has, a kind of hook on it. We'll focus on the one on the left. I don't know if you can see my mouse, otherwise I'm just sounding like a crazy person. But I'm pointing over onto the blade on the left, the horn on the left. So if we go back into Blender, look where it all started. Sorry, Suzanne. I could have just taken a Suzanne. I could, yeah.
At this point, you're not starting.
Let's start with a.
I was talking to myself again this whole time. Laughing. I was
That's just me chatting silliness.
like
No.
starting over. Uh-uh. Those who've been in the marathon with you.
So let's go with a 45-degree cube on its side. This is going to sound a bit weird, right? But everything. This is another thing as well. Is that all complex shapes start off with they're just everything can be boiled down from a rudimentary shape. So for this particular shape of the horns, I'm going to grab like a cube. I've rotated it 45 degrees on its side, and I'm just going to bring this down here. And I'm also going to extrude the faces out. So let's just see. And I'm not, obviously I'm not worrying about scale. But if we go back to our concept and we have a look at this kind of shape, we can see that we've got a surface line here that tapers off. It tapers off to the side. So we're just going to replicate that by bringing these over. And we're going to, I forgot you have to go into X-ray mode to grab it on back facing. So you can see this kind of shape that we've just created by rotating that cube. And with this face here, I'm going to just pull this out, and then we're going to bring all these together in like a tidy fashion. So and I think that'll probably be our horn. So this is going to be our horn base mesh, and it's very freaking simple.
Very cool.
If we just bring that over, what we need to do now is just cap it off so that when it's relaxed, it doesn't. I might just inset it and then pull it out. Which is the exact, I think that'll do. So now if we use the exact same technique as we did before with the block out, we just take the edges, hit Shift E, drag up the crease, Shift E, drag up the crease. Ooh. Heck, this mouse. So I bought a new mouse and it's still hypersensitive. Okay, so we've got that Shift D, drag up. Do a preliminary. Oh my god. This is another thing, sorry. because I forget like to rotate stuff. Like, there might be a setting somewhere that I'm just not aware of, but you have to go in X-ray mode to be able to kind of like grab everything, which I find very frustrating.
Yeah, that's
We're getting there. We're
definitely.
getting there. I love Blender now. Like,
Keep talking
Blender is
about
amazing.
stuff. I said, yeah, that's definitely a Blender thing. X-ray mode to select it all.
Okay, so hopefully we've added our creases. We're going to chuck on a single subdivision surface modifier, and it's going to utilize creases, and then we're going to chuck on another one, and we're going to disable use creases. So now you can see if we shade smooth, we now have like a because I want to increase that. Yeah, there we go. So now we kind of have like a nice sort of stylized. You can see it's like got soft support on the edges. Take off wireframe. You can see that kind of
Oh yeah.
yeah the soft highlight. Well, that's the foundation of what we're going to be using or working with. That's going to bake from. And if we go back to the concept, you can see it's got that nice soft that soft edge, and that's kind of what we're looking for to work with. There's another thing as well, as you can see. I always talk about using equal distance quads. Um, if I come back down here and if I drag this out, it starts to get softer around those edges. But then if we add an extra supporting edge loop, you can see we can define that. But I'm just going to leave it in the middle because I think that'll be good for us. So I'm going to keep it like this. I'm going to scale it down more to the size of the head. It's actually a bit massive, actually, but we might want to just have this sort of protruding and occluding into the head. So we'll keep it a little bit longer just in case we need to use something, and then we can cut it off in ZBrush, or we could come back in here. Or if you were sculpting this, you could just cut that down to size. And I'm just going to pop it here and export .obj, and I'm going to call this one demon. Call it demon born base. Let's go, and then back into ZBrush. Oh dear. And then append, add another object. Append just means add another temporary object in there. You add a temporary sphere, and then go to the import tool, and it will override. See, like you need a whole other like tutorial series just how to use ZBrush. Okay, cool. So we've got our base pawn in there. So let's bring that down to. I'm going to have to bring up that concept and put it on the other drawing so I can see it at the same time. But we're just going to rotate this. Nice. Keep that local rotation. Scale it down. Yeah, we're going to need some way more curve on this. But it's cool that we've already got like a starting point. So I'm going to, yeah. So it kind of protrudes from behind the ear. Let's get back on the stylus instead of the mouse. I just instinctively go back to the mouse for like Blender, and if your Blender is like hard surface, All right, so let's really bring up this. And this is like, again, like coming back to the topology, like it's just super useful to know that, we've got that supporting edge line for this kind of like demon horn.
Is that a
Just being able to kind of.
It sounds like a little. I heard a little like animal in the background.
No, that's just local youngsters, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I live in a busy area. Sorry about that.
I'm just
Oops.
curious. Is that your babies or is that your doggies or kitties?
Mm, let's. So yeah, this has a lot more of a curve. Like, I mean, it might actually be easier. I know I'm doing the manipulating with the uh, topology brush right now to get that curve, but it might actually be easier to try and go back into Blender and focus on really refining. So that's what it comes back to the control. You know, the control of the shape and the form. Because right now, I mean, I'm kind of getting somewhere. This is also a huge, like it needs to be scaled down. Scale that down. Whoop. And then maybe, yeah, it's kind of getting there. I mean, need to just work on those curves. And scale thickness. Yeah, it's starting to look like the concept. I don't know if you guys have a reference to the concept whilst I'm doing this, but and then what I might do for this particular piece is because it's got that big old wedge on it. Uh, Geometry wise, let's have a look. Double it up. And just really mush that up. Really care where. I mean, this is one way. It's probably not the best way, but uh,
Looks like the fun way.
yeah, it's
Like,
yeah, mash that in there. And then I really like in the concept. It's really got a real nice curve
yeah, that does look nice.
to, to the point. I really want to get that coming through. Yeah, so it looks pretty hideous. Let's just do a remesh. Okay. Not great. We might have to clean that up a bit. But we've got a placeholder gnarly looking horn in there. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, okay, it's looking. It's getting there. It's got some crazy other details on there. We're like, what would those be? I mean, it looks like roots and things, is it? Like for the
Yeah,
hair, like the leaf.
that's right.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Right.
Like the weird thing coming out of the chin looks like a leaf almost. I don't know. Maybe I
Yeah, that's just AI things. Just AI details.
up like
Yeah.
looks like a vine with leaves coming out of his ear. Oh, I know what he looks like, an evil Pan, you know? The god Pan.
Oh no.
Like
Like my brain.
the here, that's who he is. Here.
Right, that's feeding in there. Push it back a little bit.
He's one of the deities from Greek mythology. So the half man, half goat
Oh, awesome.
is a god of wild shepherds, flocks, nature, wild mountains, and rustic music. This is
Oh, that's awesome.
some little chat GPT help. I can tell you way more about it too if you like.
That's dope. No, yeah, I love mythology. Like sphere.
He could be called. He needs a name.
This guy, yeah, yeah, that's it. Community. What's the name? Us folks.
Evil pawn. It
And
needs
it's crazy demon.
ooh the teeth. The best part.
Yeah, we're getting to the gums.
Oh, that's what it is. The
Gums
gums.
look crazy.
Yeah, the gums on it are
Oh yeah,
really cool.
yeah. What the heck? Uh,
He takes care of them really well. They're nice and pink and healthy. Lots of them on your bones.
gosh.
It's like you know how rabbits they need to eat certain things to keep their
Oh
teeth
yeah.
from growing in on themselves.
God damn.
So that's what he needs to do. I must eat one of you, sorry, or it's gonna kill me. You know. Ooh, this is a good one. Look, the word panic is actually derived from his name, relating to the terror he would inspire in travelers as they pass through the forest at night. Ooh,
Oh shit.
I had no
That's
idea.
cool.
That is cool. I didn't know that. But technically, he was considered a devil because he was like, you know, like he's about fertility and stuff, and they were all very anti-sex and things like
Mm.
that. So it's like he's evil. He wants freedom, and so they made him into
Classic
the devil.
devil trope.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, they're doing naughty things. They're bad.
They have autonomy. Uh,
But actually, Greek
let's,
beliefs, Christian beliefs, he's the devil, but the Christian beliefs he was not evil, but a playful, mischievous deity.
that's cool. Sounds about right. Let's
This looks more like the Christian devil one. Like he's not friendly.
let's not put ideas that we're doing that. But it does, yeah. But it does look like that.
He looks like Pan on a bad day.
No, it looks like I don't know why, but like it reminds me of is it Guillermo del Toro?
Yeah, exactly. Like
Kind of,
that's what I
yeah,
mean by like a lot
yeah,
of his creatures. They're like they're evil, but they're not. They're just kind of who they are.
yeah,
And they're like
yeah. That's it. That's the word.
not necessarily to kill you, but it's their area. You came to their cave. Watch
Actually,
out, you know.
yeah, totally.
Yeah, I love
We need a good name.
that guy's
Yeah,
amazing. The what was that movie?
he's
He's made so many.
there's loads. Yeah, I mean, Pan's Labyrinth.
Sounds
Is it, is it really Orphanage? Yes, yes, I have. Yeah, I
those
loved
are
it.
some nice dark ones. I hope they make some more. It's like the like a modern day Twilight Zone, you know,
Yeah, totally. And they're like super cosmic horror-ish. Love that.
or Tales from the Crypt made nowadays.
Yeah.
Those are good. I love the weird one of the last weird ones where they're like
I
that
so,
billionaire guy and he takes all the characters and then they have like
oh yeah, that was so cool.
that
Yeah, that
yeah,
was so cool.
that was weird. I'm like, this is one that I wish it was longer, you know, like they could have
Yeah, yeah.
because it was such a trip.
Was it Eric Andre in there?
I
Yeah, that was
think
sick.
I love the like the lighting and the mood of that room. I'm like, I want to hang out in that
Yeah,
room
yeah.
before it gets really dark, you know, like before it comes to the real.
And like the free booze.
Yeah,
Like,
after he gets him ready to see the real scary
but
thing.
it's like neo. What do they call it? It's like retro futuristic. Very very cool. Like I know that like it's set in the 80s, but it's like what the 80s thought was going to be future.
Yeah, I love that.
What they thought. Yeah, it was gnarly. Very
Totally.
very very enjoyable. Right. So I got these gums. I realised I completely offset. This one needs to come down to here.
I think
Just to
everyone's
get.
gonna be intimidated after this brick by brick. They're gonna be like, I just saw what he did. I'm gonna do a.
Mm, no, but the whole point is to like not be intimidated. The whole point is
I
to
know.
like, oh, okay. Like, it's fiction.
How long do you want me to do it for? No, he's a special case. He's our special guest.
Yeah, I mean, also like clothing. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, like yeah, you don't want to be doing this for 3 hours.
But it's
But
also really cool to see, like, you know, how realistically long it does take. And also, I love, you know, showing. behind the scenes of like all the work that goes into it. I mean, people I think know it's a lot of work, but they don't really
Yeah.
know how much work, like
It's yeah, it's work, but it's also like yeah, sometimes like you might get a job and you're just like, oh gosh, this is gonna be a grind, this is gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a hard session. But at the end of the day, like I think the joy for me, especially, I don't really like, this might be controversial. I don't mind saying it, but the like how the NFT space, there's a lot of great art. There's a lot of great 3D art, like renders and stuff, but it's all smoke and mirrors. Like there's
yeah.
lighting, there's preset lightings that make stuff look good, and if you look at the actual meshes themselves, outside of those conditions, they look pants. Like they're not high fidelity meshes. They don't look good. They're not ready. Like you wouldn't be able to use them in anything.
Mm.
Like which is kind of like I'm covering something quite like that in the second series, which is like source to completion, which is working with other people's meshes, which had to do a lot with people in the NFT space when they want to bring their avatars into different engines and stuff. And the the my thing is like even if the job seems like it's gonna suck and it takes a long time, you're putting a lot of work in for like whatever results. Like the thing that makes it worthwhile at the end for me is like I'm gonna see this thing like run around in a 3D world and like real time assets. Yeah, real time assets. Like I don't get a kick. I don't get a kick in like anything else. It's just seeing something come to life in a real time engine, like a game engine, like being able to see people interact with it. This shit is awesome. Like, just when if you're working on a game and like you've worked on like these assets for ages, um, seeing them implemented and like people running around or like blowing each other up with stuff like that you've made is just like there's no greater feeling because it's like it's an experience, it's a free flow experience that people are engaging with, and you are able to facilitate or contribute to that experience versus just a flat 3D image render. And I'm not hating on that, but it's just I've got is it a merchant for real time engines? I just love real time engine assets. And like this process is kind of breaking down how to make real time engine assets from start to finish, from concept to completion. And as much as it's a lot of work and it might seem a bit crazy, at the end of it, you're going to see this people running around. You're going to see it in the game engine. Like there's nothing more rewarding than that. Like it's epic. That's kind of that's my 2 cents. Like yeah, if it looks like a lot of work, just think about when people are running around with it. Yeah, like that's just going to be cool.
Totally.
Um,
Love it. Oh,
that's yeah, that's
oh my god, I need to close some windows. I have to like that time of the day again. I think your computer should just like stop and be like, shut some windows down, like in a crass, funny way. Like, please, I can't function.
At the moment, we have some precursor gums. We have the main face kind of area like fleshed out. I'm going to start adding the teeth in now. And then I'm going to go back to the face after. And kind of, sorry, I've forgotten. I have to remember, like, there's so many different softwares. It's like, how do I do the, how do I do the friggin' scaling thing on this? Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm gonna come back to the other face area once I've got the teeth kind of like in there, and then I'm gonna do a little leaf, and then I'm gonna populate the head with those leaves, like the circular leaves and like the big chunky leaf. Um,
Oh, he's looking so cool though. Look at him.
Great.
See?
Let's.
He's like, I'm
Yeah.
ready to haunt your dreams.
Uh, uh,
Haunt your metaverse worlds. The ghost in the machine. Right?
placeholder. Yeah. Right, we got placeholder booth. Get that snaggle looking guy in there.
Unfortunately, it was the first time I was in a space and I felt that there was a ghost in the space. I was like, what? I swear I just saw someone. It's like, who else has ever experienced that? Am I the only one? I doubt it.
Someone realm skipping. Yeah.
Yep.
uh, duplicate. Let's bring this guy over. Oh, I'm not. Oof. Again, like when I've got to focus on just getting those shapes in, you don't really want to, like, it looks a bit shitty at the moment. Excuse me, sorry. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, it doesn't look. too great at the moment. Not fidelity esque looking. Just got to get those volumes in there. You have to cut out the bleepers. Just like boop, like it's timestamp. All right, here we got this one in. Let's go to. So what I'm doing here is I'm just dragging with the topology tool, move topology, and then after I do the move, I'm basically using smooth, which is like a relax on the end of the tooth. But I'm going to have to use like a.
It looked like Legos right now.
Yeah, yeah. I need to get some inverted inflate, which tends to start to flip them. Starts to flip them, but once you get into this kind of shape, we can do another remesh of them, like a.
So you said when you do a tutorial, are you going to try to dive in also and showcase sculpting in Blender as well? You said in your
Yeah, I'm
tutorials.
gonna try my best. But at the moment, like because I'm like, oh, how do I? This is
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
usually would do,
This is like
and
your. I
then
know.
I have to
Yep. So
reverse
hard.
engineer.
This looks
Um,
like so much fun though. I mean, the thing is when you get good enough at something like it's an autopilot, then the creativity can just flow versus like shit, where's that? Where's this?
yeah, exactly. I do really like. I still love ZBrush. ZBrush is like hella powerful, but it's just the fact that changing hands, squeezing more money out of people, especially like people who have paid, and also like we're talking companies as well. It's just like the subscription service or that people just accepting or as we consumers like accept it. It's just an excuse for every single company to jump on board the subscription bandwagon for like basically printing money, printing profits. It's just the dumbest thing. Any, I digress. It should be more like if the product has just had an intensive upgrade because of all of the team have worked hard on the tools. Like this is gonna if you want to use these extra tools that the team have like developed. Bug fixes should be automatic updates, but if it's new features and stuff, yeah, like pay to upgrade.
Yeah.
But don't don't like expect money from people like every friggin' month. Like
Yep.
it's just unsustainable, completely unsustainable. Uh, yeah. Anyway, rant over. I don't want to get into it. Uh,
Rant whatever you want at this point.
friggin', you don't want to hear it about subscriptions.
No, I know all about it. I remember. I mean, I was like, I almost worked at. I don't even know if you know Macromedia. I worked in the
Oh,
animation
wow. Yeah.
it got acquired by
Wow.
Adobe. That was when it was its own company
Wild.
back in San Francisco. But I ended up working at the animation firm I talked about.
That's so wild, That's crazy.
But so like they I mean that was back when you actually bought it. Then when it
Yeah,
became
yeah.
subscription, there was that whole shit show. People are still annoyed. It's
Human.
still a shit ton of money. You know,
So much money.
you got to pay for those fancy Silicon Valley buildings, but there's a lot of cool shit they do. You know,
Yeah. Sure. Absolutely.
they have a lot of
Absolutely.
really cool developers and people working for them. Like going when I mean I part of me was like, oh, it would have been so cool to work for them, but what would you pick, a Macromedia or a really cool animation firm? You're like, oh, animation firm.
Oh, really cool animation. Yeah, it's like
But that was really I
every
got to
time.
visit Macromedia. They were super nice and really awesome people. I was like, yeah, it was back in the day when there was, the dot boom days when it was just they were like left and right. But it's still like I remember going to developer. They would have developer meetups in San Francisco, and going to those was really cool. But that was,
Yeah, that's.
I actually I won one of the Dreamweaver when it was still part of
Oh,
Macromedia.
dang.
So that was like a lot of money back then. That was like almost like
Dreamweaver
$1,000 or
was
something crazy.
crazy. That's awesome. Yeah, like that to me, like you're describing is like I grew up learning all of that. Like Macromedia and
And Flash, yeah.
Dreamweaver, that's actually that.
I
Yeah.
I love Flash. I mean, most of it's still like whenever you play with other stuff, it's the animation firm I worked at. They did a bunch of Flash animations for web stuff, and it was really cool getting to. I wish I still had some of those files. I used to have all the work files. Like
Mm,
all the. That to me is where I geek out how every animator works with the program, just like what you're doing. You know.
yeah, no, I totally feel you. Yeah, that must that's like it's also it sounds weird to say, but like it's kind of like it's technological history and like heritage, like all of that. That was so massive. Like the amount of websites and the gaming industry as well, like online using Flash,
Yep.
like was massive. This what was it? What was the biggest site that used to do that? Was it Miniclip? And like in the early days.
There was another one too, I forget the name. We used to watch all these other animations on other places because they were so man, I forget
I'm
which
pretty sure Adult Swim probably. I think they must have got their kick from
well, South Park. South Park
yeah,
was Flash.
crazy.
Yeah, actually, those guys went to University of Colorado where I went. They're actually like
Oh, that's cool.
they're Colorado peeps. They're amazing. I love watching stuff by them. They're so freaking crazy.
Have you seen their like old? They did like a production when they were I think it was when they were at university, and it's called like Cannibal the Musical.
Oh yeah.
You've seen that? Jeez, that makes me laugh every time. Like I will watch that. Like probably like once a year. It has to be done. Like like watch out for that bear trap. Like those guys are phenomenal. I mean, they're a bit extreme, but that is their comedy writing is amazing. Yeah, it's just they did that crazy film as well. What was it?
Don't watch it with these guys.
Basketball.
Actually,
Basketball. Does that ring a bell?
actually, the University of Colorado, they were probably inspired by the fact that the dining hall at University of Colorado is called Alfred Packer, which is the well, even though I think they dropped out, I forget what year from University of Colorado, they were definitely
That's awesome.
inspired by, but I remember the first time I watched that, it was I remember when South Park was like, "Oh, did you see South Park?" He was all naughty, now it's like,
Edgy. Yeah. yeah.
still fucking pushing the envelope and do whatever the hell they want, you know?
Yeah. They haven't stopped. Um, I think. Oh my god. Yeah, they've been going for like what, decades. Wow. Yeah. That's they've been going a long time. I remember my So I used to watch episodes of that when I was a kid with my granddad. Like, yeah, that's so wild.
If you could find
Jeez.
it.
Right. So I've got these assets in, like, well, the placeholder assets. I've got to start. I think the front teeth need to be lowered, and the nose has to come down, which is okay because we'll be able to make that right. Oh, something crazy about ZBrush is every single one of these objects you'll see at the top here, they've got like these little tabs. Well, this is the undo, and the undos are specific. Like the
Oh,
the memory, the memory is like per object. It's not the entire project. It's per subtool. So
are you
it
kidding
just means
me?
like
Holy
yeah,
shit,
there's
that's amazing.
yeah, but there's like if you think about how crazy like the cache, like the cache files are, like mad.
Wow. See, it's been we've been in here so long, then I start swearing more. Sorry, YouTube. Sorry, audience members.
No worries, bro.
I've never seen that in a software program. That's really cool.
Yeah, super helpful.
How far back does it go? I saw your clicks. Oh, there's a lot of them. Holy moly, look at that. There's like little
Yeah, like
40 tabs in there, or how many?
look at
Damn.
this. You can see the journey. Like
A cool animation right there for like a preview.
yeah, like let's have a look
Right? From this, well, obviously you can do it with I'm doing time lapse, but that just looks
from
really
Suzanne.
yeah
From Suzanne.
to the goblin evil pond. We need names, people. How do you make okay, oh, I got some questions. How do you make circles with less tries? for like roller skates or something.
Yo, that's a really good. Okay, this is all right. Let me just see if I can find an example. I've probably got it in 3D Studio Max somewhere. Let's have a look. Quick detour. Um, there is a for like rollerblades. Like if you're talking about wheels and stuff like that, there's for Decentraland. One of the biggest things is like, oh, you are kidding me. Yeah, so that's the thing with I've moved to Blender for like my modeling purposes because this software, 3D Studio Max Autodesk, they implemented a new. I've been paying for these guys for like the last 5 years. They were £240 a month, incredibly expensive. Yeah, yeah, so expensive, and they had the audacity to do an update that like was double checking my time clock of my system, and it shut me out of a. I was working, I was mid flow, and it just crashed down and asked me if I was like pirating the software, even though I've been paying for like 5 years.
They so annoying.
Yeah, yeah. So they're spending more money on enhancing the privacy to make sure people aren't pirating than they are the actual software itself because it crashes all the time. It's actually like the biggest. Anyway, yeah. Okay, so we have a lovely block out mesh here. I'm going to just save this and open up another one. I want to find an example. Let's see what we can do. Let's start a new.
I'm gonna grab some more caffeine. I'll be back in a minute.
So yes, decentralized. I did do a particular example for Diesel. Where are you, Diesel? In D Cave, yeah. Let's have a look at this merge vertices. Okay, so this is a fashion, kind of like high concept fashion pair of glasses. And as you can see, like for a pair of shades, they have to be under 500 triangles. So in order to get all of these gnarly details, like they wanted like all of these kind of staplings and all of these things in here, we're using for these it's like single-sided geometry with double-sided shader. So there's no thickness on it, but we managed to kind of transfer those details over. But for doing things like cylinders, the front, these glasses, the glasses frames themselves, if I can just separate, you'll see that it's just, I actually did the same thing that I'm doing now. So if you imagine this frame, I made this frame in a high resolution mesh, like we have here. This is going to be a high resolution mesh. And I baked this down onto a single plane and put it through like the texture generation. So it's got like the baked in lighting on the surfaces and everything else like that. It's got transparency, but the transparency, the fact that it's just baked onto, two triangles and has that been allocated sufficient texture space. You don't see that close up. You're able to get nice curves. So if you imagine you're doing wheels, you can do the exact same thing. Control Z. Half a bless. Let's try another one. What else did we do that uses that? Maybe Post Digital, Ben Bridge, Wearables. The glasses. Again, glasses. I'm using circular things on glasses a lot more because of the low triangles. Where are they? Dual? Was it dual 3? Oh, earrings plus necklace. Tiara. So it must be number 1. Yeah, so you'll see here for like, if you're going to do wheels for like rollerblades, this is a really good way of like saving triangles. And then you can see like, just to give like a sort of like thickness. The trouble is like with anything that's curved, inside Decentraland, anything that's curved requires like, extra edges. So it's always going to take up more triangles than necessary. But if you can get away with tricking the thickness, the sides, you might get away with. You might be able to get away with it. I hope that helps. I don't know if that's. Let me just check. Yeah. Sorry, existence. Yeah, no worries. It's kind of like that's one of the craziest techniques. But you know, when you're trying to do something, that we've got a diamond on there as well, and all this other kind of stuff. You kind of have to implement these crazy techniques to get away with as much as possible. Um, but that's what I'll do for rollerblade wheels. Yeah, you might not. You might even be able to do it so that if you imagine the wheels are going to be on the shoes, or I don't know if they're a prop or anything. But if you just bring these closer together, this might just you've got the slight parallax, so it might just give the impression of thickness, and you've only used 8 triangles, if that makes sense. So you might be able to get away with just doing a double sided shader. But the thing is, with double sided stuff, you either double side render everything, or you have to create a new material and apply. But that you have to take that into account. Uh, well, oh yeah, saved over. That's okay. All right. I hope that helped. Let's get back to the sculpting chat. Uh, yeah, it's looking crazy. Yeah, let's. I mean, here's a nice time, like in terms of consensus. How are folks who are watching feeling? Like, have you got? Are you right to carry on watching, or what's the vibe in the house? Okay, sweetie. Sweet dude. No worries, grimy mate. No, this is ZBrush, and it's owned by Maxon. But ZBrush is kind of like it used to be the staple go-to sculpting, but Blender has really upped its game. Yeah.
Mm.
Uh, Blender sculpting is now like I was, I'm always watching videos on like what people are able to do with it and looking at the tool updates and stuff like that. And I think like whoever the engineers are working over on, the Blender Foundation, like they must just be like, yo, we need to usurp all of these softwares because they are just cooking with gas. It's getting real good. Um, they've even like this is one of my favorite things about ZBrush, and uh, kind of they're even kind of like getting rid of like taking over from that. But this is one of my favorite things. I've always loved this. This is one of my favorite hard surface. If you're free sculpting and you need to make a hard surface thing, like this, for example, like the horn or anything like that. If you add in like a cylinder and let's give it a remesh. So it's got like a whole bunch of these going on. If you use your masking tool, you might just subdivide it a couple of times. If you use your masking tool and like draw a circle, let me just put that back to the pen. Draw like a circle, drag this out. This will make sense in a second, I promise. It's like, what the hell? If you then group the masked, like you basically assign a different ID to the geometry that you've just masked out. And you know what? I might actually just re-mesh this, keep groups. So yeah, you can see we've got like this crazy, crazy shape. If we select this and we group by masked. So group masked. So now you can see we've got these different groups. I mean, this is going to look hideous, but you'll get the idea. If you now go to deformation and you could do polish by groups, it actually just completely shrinks. So you're able to like make hard surface, like, organic, any of these things real quick and real simple. And you could even do like a remesh by groups. So it cleans it all up. Do your polish by groups. So you've got a nice cylinder coming out of there again. Remesh again. Divide. And then just polish. And you've got like a real smooth, like this could be a wood stump, and then you can go in and do like a whoop, like a kind of like stylized thing. But I wouldn't have had to have started in Blender. I could have used these tools in order to get a base mesh. And it's just very, very powerful use of polygroups. I'll probably use some polygroups later, but I'm also looking into Blender. They've got similar things called like masks or whatever. Yeah, sweet Pepe. Yeah, I'll keep on churning. What I'll try and do is I'll try my best to get all of the high resolution kind of like base models done. So we're talking like the leaves and stuff. I'll try and smash it out in the next 20 minutes. And then the details on this guy. And so I'll get the teeth, get the tongue in there, all of that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it from there. Let's so. But yeah, like the thing is, like it must look a bit crazy because like the base meshes never look how they end up looking, but they're very much needed as like a stepping stone uh, to get from A to B. Like I don't know if that makes any sense, but without it, it's like everything. It's like a stepping stone system. Everything just kind of like adds up. Um, okay, let's look at that concept again. Need to get them gums. Then gums need to be pushed up, and that jawbone. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna drag this down. So it kind of comes down. I'm gonna move this onto the other screen. Yes. It's this. Get those teeth in there in a sec. Pull that down. Then we've got this under gummage. Benches full of. Yeah.
Um, I do have to leave at 4. Do you think we could continue next week, or what do you want to do so I can continue recording?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Or do you,
yeah, okay. Let's just if I get these kind of teeth done.
but still not 40
Um,
minutes, so I just wanted to give you a heads up because the 40 minutes go by so
yeah,
fast. I
yeah,
have to go.
yeah. No worries. Yeah, absolutely. Let's just say another 40 minutes then, and then we'll pick it up. But we'll do like a minor recap. Like 2 minutes. For I won't leave it that late because if you got to go pick up your youngster. So just yeah, I'll be quick about it. Let me just try and hurry this detail up. Um, Play tubes. Let's go tube build up time. Let's go. But yeah, so what I'm doing here is just fleshing out, changing up the front of that skull because it obviously wasn't low enough, and we were losing the angle, like the angle of the teeth and the angle of the form. So I needed to like come back in here again, make sure we've got that rounded off, and then drag that. Coming up.
So you always keep the image, the original one you said on another screen, just like
Yeah, always. Sometimes, well, ZBrush has a cool thing where you can drag in your concepts, and I used to do that for a while, but it can get in the way. Like just one screen, and you've got like a concept. I
totally.
know, like I'm only working on this area, but like it can just when you're trying to like look at the overall picture. I used to be like, gosh, why do I do this? So yeah, I just have things over on the other side.
Cool.
It's always useful. Like, yeah, I mean that's another thing as well. Like, some people might not have two monitors. It's not the end of the world. I mean, I did do, I think for the whole of 2021, I didn't have a second monitor. I was moving house, and one of my old monitors died, so I was just working from one monitor for a long time. It can be done. It's just you're minimizing, or like when it gets to texturing, you're like opening up Photoshop, opening up Substance Designer, exporting, like doing a cleanup of a texture inside Photoshop, all that kind of stuff. But it's okay. Everything can be done. Not to panic, not to worry. Like no one's, this is another thing. Like I don't want people to think like, oh, I can't approach this because I don't have all of the technology or the gear, or you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
kind of that's why I want to get it all down in Blender, even though it's going to take me a lot longer. But I just don't want people to feel like, oh, I need to have industry stuff, or I need to have two monitors or whatever. Like the way that technology is, like software is getting better and better. It's just so insane. Like not the learning curve, but the tools are getting so powerful that to get from A to B requires a lot less of a gnarly graft than it used to be. Because like you used to have to export everything to like Photoshop and then do all the texturing in Photoshop without any plugins. Like you just had to understand lighting, whatever that means, lighting theory. like what the hell? Like why do I, it's the same as like sketching, I guess. And now I haven't, I did all of that when I was at uni and before I was working. Studied lighting, like what happens, when light hits from like the top right, how does it bounce and occlude and cast a shadow onto other forms and all that kind of stuff. And now I'm just like, Shader does it. Like Shader does that for me. Like I've done the hard part, which is like the sculpting. Like thanks Shader Bro. Like it's all of the the technicians are like doing all the hard work. So props to them. Lots of love. So all right, starting to this something is just not right, and I'm trying to pinpoint this. Probably just needs to be lower. It needs to be lower, but also needs to be closer. Phew. Um, it's probably too big now. Okay, so we're going to thin those gums. Mm, gums. Right, so that's that. Uh, let's pull this down a bit more. Let's pull this down. We want to pull this down and out so we got more of a protruding. Silly hand, get out the way. Um, nice. Okay. I think I know what's up. To come in there, let's chisel this volume away. I need to drag this out. drag it. We need that. We basically want this form to ride the gum down. And we want to be able to give this gum some proper definition later. We just want to. Yeah, nice. That's looking like this sketch. We'll come back to this later. We can tidy it up. Nice. This part. Or this actual head, this mesh now, like it's higher resolution than it is, but it needs to be higher before I can start doing all the the gum details, like adding all of the bone, whatever you want to call it, in there. So I'm just gonna, because you can see it's still kind of like choppy, very choppy and pixely. So I need to do another resolution increase on this. But we'll keep it like this for now, and we'll come and tidy it up in a bit. Um,
We just got asked, do we know the technical reason as to why normal maps are not possible in DCL avatars?
yeah, it's because they weren't. They just weren't. What would you call them? Like, so you wouldn't. They just weren't supported from the get go. So therefore, the rest of the infrastructure um, orients around the current shader. I took apart the Unity client from the GitHub because it is thankfully everything's kind of like available, and you can kind of see how things operate and how things work. Yeah, well, we did that with the 530 Club. Pepe's had a butcher's hook at it as well, and it's kind of like the whole avatar system, the shader that it uses, the Toon shader. It also it's linked, it's locked into a Toon shader because I tried to manipulate it, but it really needs an engineer to update it and fix it. But the shader itself, like when you update all of your wearables in the engine, it does like this really cool kind of optimization pass where it collapses all of the meshes into one, and it takes all of the different textures that are from the GLPs and compiles it into instanced textures of a shader. So it goes through a whole optimization thing. So yeah, you're basically contending with, because I wanted to upgrade the shader. I wanted to do like a few crazy things with it in a custom client. So at PBR, I wanted to add outline to it, all of this other stuff. But you need something called GPU skinning inside the shader, which is it basically transfer. If one of the most expensive things is skeletal meshes, weight calculations of bones and armatures. And each wearable that we submit to the store and it goes into the game engine, they're all linked to the armature. But when you load them in with the GLV, they all have an individual armature with weighting information on. So an armature reference. So it might be armature body underscore 001, etc. Blah blah blah. But what needs to happen is all of the different wearables get compiled into one mesh, and then the skeletons, the armatures get removed, they get deleted, and then all of the meshes get reassigned to a singular skeletal mesh. And that GPU, all of the skinning, the skin weight information, the vertex weight information for the deformation, is actually held inside the shader. So we really do need like an engineer, a technical, someone on the foundation team who knows how to transfer that code from the shader into a PBR supporting shader. And I think the reason they didn't from the get-go is because, like, if you've seen, you've got all the different texture maps you've got for a PBR shader. You've got tangent normals, you've got roughness, metallics, sometimes specular exponent. and gloss. You've got all of these different things. Plus, you've got potentially an opacity map unless you use the alpha channel of your diffuse. But that's all of the textures. That's so much memory, And so the fact that it was a toon shader and the fact that it doesn't use PBR textures is purely for performance. And I think it was a good call, to be honest. Because who knows? Like maybe in the future we'll get PBR shaders. Or at the same time, I think you know away from the foundation's responsibility, I think we'll start seeing custom shaders. No custom clients even, where wearables can be. They can either be updated or maybe custom wearables be submitted that are PBR, but they're still part of the Decentraland ecosystem, which would be rad. Very excited for custom custom clients. I don't know. That was a super long explanation. I just think it was, too TLDR, too long, didn't read. Probably optimization reasons why we don't have normals on. But the systems, but the shader systems they are gnarly. They're super gnarly. Bring that down. Massive tooth mode. Bloody heck. And then, you know what? I might just delete this one and duplicate this one. Freak. This is spoopy. Spoopy as hell. Um, let's. It's probably too massive. Yeah, so now I'm in the kind of like the situation where I've got to make sure I align all these teeth up properly. I think I still have biffed it with this one. This one needs to be slightly. I think it's nice and high. It's higher than the other one. Uh, oh, Snaggletooth. Let's go. Yeah. So a lot of my process is just this. It's just like, oh, is that right? No, that's not right. Is this right? No, that's not right. Okay.
What would Malloy say?
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. No, that's not right. Hmm.
Like, who's that speaking in my head? What the hell's going on?
Hmm. No. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. There you go. I think. Yeah. Honestly, it's just like. Yeah. No. I think. Maybe I just need to do that. Yeah. That kind of works.
I know what kind of kid you were. Coloring all happily talking to themselves in the corner.
Pretty much. Um. Let's build that up. By the nose. That damn crooked nose. It's like a bat. Like a bat nose.
Yeah,
Like a skull.
make a skull bet.
All right, to make this, this is gonna, there's like this tubular. So what I'm gonna do is this is gonna look a little bit crazy. I don't even know if it'll work. That's how mad it is. I mean, we're gonna go in here. I'm just gonna throw in a cylinder. God, the Nash is on this thing. Um, let's chuck this in for the nose.
Oh, I see what you're gonna do. I was just looking at the reference image. It needs that weird little bump.
Yeah, it's and we're gonna first of all, I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna shrink this down, expand it out. I'm gonna rotate it, and I'm gonna.
Thanks for joining us, Simple.
Take care, dude. And then remove all of this, all of that hard work earlier. This is like, what the hell? Like, crazy. But basically, we've got this kind of weird form up here that goes into the head. And then for this part, I need it to curve and then merge into the nose. So I'm wondering if a bend, that's not going to work. These modifiers suck. It's not like you can like control it. So okay, that's not going to work. So what we'll do instead then is we're going to take the base of it. I'm going to pop it there. Scale it down. That's where we're going to bridge it. Oh, it's lovely. It's all. Yeah, there we go. This is crazy. So we'll bring that down there. Let's.
Oh yeah, name suggestions. Yep.
What have we got going on?
My basic one wasn't cool enough. Evil Pun. Because but Pun was really a good guy, so it's not really. He could be Mahakala Panakala.
Uh,
I don't know how to pronounce it. How would you pronounce that, Malloy? I
what?
like it. I like it. One Existence has some suggestions for you.
I don't know. I'll check that in a second. I'm just trying to get this weird. This is like the craziest nose feature.
I just invited him to speak with us.
Oh, fantastic.
I would pronounce it Skerrick.
Derek,
Scary.
is that the name? Derek. Derek.
And let's see if I can I can't pronounce the second one, but Nosferatu, like
Oh,
a
nice.
Nosferatu type. Nosferatu.
Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome.
Trouble with pronouncing these things. Those are cool names.
Oh, we're done. Right, there we go. Need to get this nose. Hey. Like that. Crazy shape, huh? Like how it goes into the head. Crazy. Okay.
What kind of personality does he have? That can make a difference too.
I think they like crochet and long walks.
I am is he actually evil?
Well,
Or
yeah,
do we just think it because of the way he looks?
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it could be a librarian or like
Yeah.
you know,
Just because I was born this way, it doesn't mean I'm evil, right?
yeah,
I just look like I
demons
get
like demons, demon looking folk get a bad rap.
yeah, like we were talking about earlier in one existence, like, Pan in the Christian were considered like the devil and others are considered, the fertility god. So yeah,
Mhm.
definitely how your take on him is. You
I
could
have
have
I have a short story that somebody it's a by anonymous that is something along that lines that is so brilliantly, wonderfully written. And you're just floored. I was at the end of it as to basically reading the book cover, not the book, I guess is the best example.
Yeah, I feel that. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, I see what I've done. I'm gonna Dynamesh. So Dynamesh is kind of like that voxel projection system, and you can basically mush everything together, but you got to make sure it's like a high enough resolution to merge things. So you can see now it's merged that cylinder into our nose section, but we want to get back to a more helpful and amicable resolution because it's like 300,000 triangles. Let's go half. Detect edges. Moment of truth. Hey, we've interjected the cylinder-like shape for the nose. Happy days. All right. Let's bring that down. Let's give it like a nice little. Not that. Um,
oh oh, I thought it was time. No, I still have about 15 minutes.
okay, cool.
That's where my kid's gonna be like, sorry, mom.
Yeah. Oh gosh. All right. Let's finish this up.
Do you think when do you think we can wanna do it again next week at the same time? Or you have time to
Yeah.
okay,
If
cool.
people are keen,
Well, we'll
I'll
make them
drop.
keen. Oh, join us, have fun.
Yeah, we're gonna get to the fun part soon. I said, the
Fun.
yeah. So we've got this like little trunk. I really want to flesh this bit out so it leads in there. Something is off of my symmetry. What the heck? Yeah, something is super off with my symmetry. I'm not a fan of that. I'm going to have to sort that out. Okay, so we've got that in place. I'll deal with that later. Looking at the nostril, we've got the teeth in. Let's just. Yeah, the old symmetry's way off. Got to look into where that's happening. I will fix up for next time. Simple fix. Hey, but we're getting there. Um, teaser. Yeah, that's so bizarre, isn't it? That's local symmetry seems to be fine, but when I'm drawing, I have to recalibrate. Sorry, guys haven't had to do this in a hot minute. That should not be happening. Hmm. Sorry, I'm having a technical difficulty. I don't know why this is happening. Oh, I see. Gotcha. It's really frustrating. Just lost. If I do that, I'm gonna have to manually clean up. That's all right. Just don't want to lose certain edge fidelity on the nose and everything else like that. But for this, you can just move this over. Make this particular feature more noticeable because in the concept it's pretty standout weird. I quite like it. And then where are you on the subtools? Oh, let's drag you up. Patch down. Geometry. Dynamesh. Up the res. Alrighty. Yeah, so let me just grab a quick once this is finished. I'll grab a quick screen grab of where we're at. Um, raw. And if we disable. Yeah, so sorry about this. I've just gone a bit quiet because I was just focusing on getting that done. But I'm essentially just repositioning where those teeth are and where those gum lines are. Those gum lines get real tight, so I have to do that. Then bring it here. Let's go. Make that tooth a little smaller. Yeah, no, it's just starting to look a little bit more. Our tooth is still massive. I'll show the concept in a second if folks can't see it. Do symmetry on that. Symmetry on that.
I'd like to be his dentist.
Yeah, right.
He'd be like, just don't bite my head off while I look at your.
All right, same standard. Mm. Oh, I forgot I didn't have symmetry on. Right, we're starting to get there. It's like all those kind of details. Right. Let me just take a little screen grab and then we can align it with a concept and kind of see where we're at. Oh, this cheeky creature.
He's definitely gnarly. That was your goal, creating a gnarly creature.
Yeah, gnarly has
Got some chompers and. He's so
yeah, this is going to be fun to re-apologize. But I think the gosh, look at crazy. Like step back after being in the flow of it. Like let's just.
That's awesome.
We're starting to get there. But I think the yeah. Let me. So I've got to do those kind of like leafy flower buds, whatever they are called at the top there.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like a vine.
Yeah, and I quite like the fact that I made the cylinder nose bridge bit kind of bigger. I think some of the details could be bigger for Decentraland for the capturing purposes, and I think the teeth in general, like the gums, you can see where the gums need to be brought up, the jaw needs to be brought down. So these kind of things, it's also good. Like another thing, yeah, another thing to take into consideration is like once you do like a solid flow like that for like 3-4 hours or whatever, it's to like take a break, like go away, and then come back and look at it and be like,
You'll see
heck, because you get so focused. Like even above the ears, I know that there's going to be a volume there, but it will be good. I think the top of the head needs to be made smaller as well, but yeah, let me just.
so cool though. And that back tooth needs to be big. Look at that one.
Yeah, it's massive. Yeah, it needs to be massive.
Well, I got two but
all right.
I'm like, I'm stoked that we did it. Now I can go back and watch it slower and
Oh gosh, no, I hope I hope it's been helpful, and
oh,
I
definitely.
hope like yeah, when's a good time to? It'll be nice to get this like seen all the way through. Uh, let's have a look.
So we do these at least brick by brick every Monday at 11. So we could do our plan to do the next one next Monday at 11.
Yeah, okay, let's do it. Unless obviously, if you know, if someone else is booking the slot, totally chill.
I have somebody in 3 weeks. I don't have anybody next week. Normally it's just every couple weeks or
Okay.
every month, but somebody else was able to do the end of this month. And since I'd rather, it would be fun to finish this off. Ooh, look at that. What's that?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's safe buffet. Um, this is so when the crazy thing about ZBrush, right, is that it's actually all two dimensional. Even though you're sculpting in 3D, it only updates in 3D when you're doing an interaction, but otherwise it's technically two dimensional on a document. So I'm just going to screen grab this and then put the oh, I'm just going to put the little concept on the bottom.
Yeah, because in the meantime, I'm going to upload this video part 1, and then we could do part 2 for next time. It's that way we get, oh, that looks cool.
Sweet. Let's go to Photoshop. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, thanks for enduring that, guys. I hope it was helpful. um,
Ooh, Odd Job just joined us. We've been in it 5 hours. 5 hours deep.
oh shit! It's been 5 hours. Oh,
It was awesome though. I went by so fast. That's why I was like, I'll have plenty of time before I pick up my kid. Then I'm like, oh shit, we're getting
oh,
closer.
dang.
Amazing, Malloy, and I'm so
Thank
excited
you,
for
guys.
the next session. Yeah, and I'll have this 5 hour marathon up, and then next Monday, we'll have the part 2. But this has been so cool to see your process.
Nice. Yeah, yeah, okay. I will leave it then. I'll promise not to touch it until next Monday. Yeah. And then we can pick it up from there. I didn't, yeah, this is actually, I was worried people would be bored, but if people are enjoying it, then,
Oh yeah, no, that we had a good crowd the whole time. Like usually it was around 9 or 10, and it's just really cool to see. I know, I mean, most of us have work and other things, so we couldn't see it, but I'll definitely have it up here in the next couple days, and everyone who couldn't watch the whole thing can enjoy.
yeah, yeah.
There's so much wisdom that you share. I learned so much just listening to you. So really,
Ah,
really
cheers. Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers for having me. And yeah, let's rock it next Monday. Let's go. Let's. I'm gonna have to stop myself.
I'll have like 10
Stop myself from working.
coffee. I'll send over a business. Then Well, well, thanks everyone who
Thank you.
joined us today too. This has been very cool. But awesome. Okay, well, I'll catch you guys
Yeah,
next
sweet
time.
out.
Have a great
Thanks,
rest of your day.
guys. Thank you.